Oh, good evening, everybody. How's it going? Just turn it down a little bit. Cool. We are here. We just bring up the content for the race, and then we can get to doing a little bit of driving. So yeah, how's everyone doing on this fine Tuesday evening? Oh, it's quite dark, I don't know. Actually, I guess it's just how it is. Let me shrink the chat box down a little bit more on my end. There we go. Where were we last week? I forget this on a weekly basis. It was... That wasn't Croft. As Laguna Seca, that was it. That might be a good jumping point. Or maybe Croft might be a better jumping point. Maybe even Monaco. Yeah, try the Monaco setup. Monaco. There you go. Try that. See how this goes. Let me switch to the right UI first, and then find our old little friend, the ballast widget. Need to pump that up a bit. We can get driving. Actually haven't done, my first sim racing, bit of sim racing I've done actually since last live stream, which is pretty crazy to say because I usually race on Thursdays and do the race on Monday, but I just didn't really have the time or energy to really do either of those. Oh, wow. Okay. Great start. I didn't really have the time or energy to do either of those races, so here we are. Hopefully be a bit of a fun one tonight, though. Couple of street circuits that are really gonna push all of us to our limits, I think. One being very technical, one being not so technical. Oh, I turned too early. I brake way too early for this to happen. Still way too early. Oh, that's a deceptive corner. Okay, yeah, I think this setup is definitely the good starting point. Oh, that was tighter than I expected. Alright. Hoping this will be the race where the Metal X really shines. Given its improved cornering tendencies compared to the RAF. And the better low-speed acceleration compared to the Estonia. But we'll see how that actually pans out. Also need a good driver for the car. Only having a good car is part of the equation. Oh, and as you can see at the moment, this driver is not very good. Oh, crap. I'm going to up first gear a little bit. Just a little. Actually going to shrink fourth down a little as well. Maybe by extension drop third down a couple of clicks. 2, and then maybe second down just 1. Should I give it a little more front wing, I think, as well, maybe? And a little... where is it? Here. A negative rear toe, maybe? I mean, a bit of extra rotation that I want. Should have stayed in second. Okay, didn't get a great run out of there. But avoiding those walls is going to be tough. For 20 minutes. They approach very quickly. Oh, but you can see the difference through that little bit alone. Alright, I can maybe do of extending fourth gear though. Back out a little bit. So I just realised I'm topping out. Ah, bugger. Ow. Gear up to... put up to 96. Put those two up a little bit as well. I've already crashed it over the start of the lap, but the damage is minor. So we're good. Bit of a relentless track, this. Oh, in the wall a little bit again. That's okay. Once again, avoiding those walls for 20 minutes is going to be pretty tough. Hey, Michael, cheers for the luck. I will need it. Or we're drifting a bit. Ooh. 32, I was almost 2 seconds faster. Holy cow. Wow. Ah, oh, come on. I want to see those hitboxes. Some of these feel a little janky, so it's going to be something to keep an eye out. Do I actually make contact with the wall here? Oh, no, I don't. Alright. Seems it's that white strip is enough to kill the car. Okay, that's very good to know. The curb is fine. But it's as soon as I cross over it, I make impact with an invisible wall. Or an invisible extension of the wall that's there. Might trim down the front wing a tiny bit. Maybe... I'll keep the rear wing as... No, I'll do that and add one rear, I think. We'll try that out and see how that goes. I think... Hit an anti-vandal paint. This is anti-cheat. True, true. Yeah, we got the anti-cheat paint out here. Gotta make sure there ain't no dang stinking cheaters. Get on this handles. Got about a minute or so before the server goes live, so I'm gonna give this a quick shakedown. It feels a lot more stable now. Doesn't want to step out anywhere near as much. And I missed the breaking point for the double hairpin. It's a shame, actually. There's a... I mean, this double hairpin is interesting, for sure. But there has been an actual newer version of this track. Not this exact mod. This mod is still the same. But has been a newer version of the track released, which is based on the newer layout. This is based on the original layout that they ran. But they did some slight tweaks to the layout for the Gen 3 cars, which removes the double hairpin and puts in a makes it a bus stop chicane. And oh, this is feeling really good. It makes this last sector a little more simple as well. Removes some of the squigglies. It's still a very technical track, but it's a little quicker and more simple in the newest layout of it. But that mod released after the season started, so it was a bit late to really test it and put it in the roster. This layout is fine enough as it is, so should be an interesting challenge. There's the race start. Okay. Quickly, just make sure I have this all saved, and then let's get out of here. This should be fun. Okay. second. That means you're technically the first loser. Which is what I will probably be. I probably won't even get that tonight. We'll see. And that sucks. Seems like I've scared basically everyone off with this track choice. Whoopsies. It's not ideal, but we've still got a field here. At least one of every car still as well. The V8 supercars on. That's some cursed footage. It was V8 supercars with Formula 1 graphics, I guess, from one of the Australian Grand Prix. But why in a Formula E hitbox? I have no idea. Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting one. Oh. Oh, it's sliding. I've crashed the car. We're fine though. I need to brake a little later than that, I think. I'm braking a little too early for that corner. Albeit safety is key here, so... No good being quick if you're just gonna hit walls all the time. Because there's a lot of them to hit. That's for sure. Or the understeer. Track grip, I think, is still low. Yeah, it's 95%. So makes sense. It's a terrible line. That does feel really good around here, though. So I'm just hoping I think I'm going to be the missing link here tonight, if anything. Alright, time to get out there. Short qualifying. So I need to make the most of it. Best hope I don't crash on my outlap. Track grip is even lower. I'm actually going to try cranking the brake bias back slightly. Give the car a little more rotation through the turns. Definitely going to be a bit of a high focus race though if I want to do anything good. Which I kind of need to. Right, first time lap. See what we got in the bag here. Would you not rather focus on chat? I don't know. I mean, I'd rather not end up in the wall, if that's ideal. Oh. Like that. And like that. Take my eye off the ball for a second, and I'm in a wall here. Not a friendly track in the slightest. Let alone if you're live streaming. It's a fun track, though. I do like it. So clocked in a 131. I went faster. Definitely do better than that, so... A, because I did it in practice, and B, because I made a few obvious mistakes that lap. Need to not have any hesitation either, otherwise you will lose speed and momentum through some of these turns. It's part of what makes this track so hard, because you need to have a lot of confidence in the car and yourself. You can't see what's coming up either, so you kind of need to memorize the layout in your head so you can sort of visualize what's coming up. I snagged a bit of wall there, but that's okay. I have a chance to get one more shot in. This Phil's going to go and set the pole time. I am not going to beat him, but I am going to set a slightly faster time. Okay, that was pretty good. At least it felt pretty good. We'll see on the timer at the end if it comes out good. I think this double hairpin is my Achilles heel, but I think it's going to be a lot of people's. Track grip is still moderately low too, so it's not really helping things. Car does slip and slide a lot through there. Oh, seems like Phil has ducked out of his lap. Which works for me. Let's see what I can do here. What's it gonna be? Oh, 30.7. Nice. Nice, nice. Alright, that's... 28 minutes is too much. 14 minutes? 14 liters, sorry. About 12. 12 is a little too little. I think I'll go 14. That should be good enough. Alright, pole position by 3.5 tenths. It's not too bad. Not too shabby. Okay. Here we go. This is gonna be a tough one. Just like Monaco. But maybe tougher. My brake bias on? It's on 54. Okay. I'll keep it there for now. Come on, let me engage gear. Oh, I'm in second. Alright, cool, we got the start lights even. Basically never get to see actual start lights in an AC track, but Phil is going to challenge me on the outside here. I might just have to let him take it. Overtaking is going to be very hard here, but I guess if we want to win, we're going to have to find a way to do it. We'll hope that he crashes on his own accord. He's got to lock up. Oh, he's got an interesting line through these. It's proper swinging the car around. He's going to keep the advantage. I had to sort of ease up a little bit to get a bit more stability in my car. Come to this back section. A little bit of an advantage here. Nothing I can't work back though. I think I want to change the brake bias back to 52% now. I feel like that was working pretty nicely in qualifying. I kind of got used to it, so let's do that quickly. Let's see if I can close this gap back in to Phil ahead. Yeah, he's not too far behind, neither is Mark, so... Oh, Phil got that wrong. He stalled up. Oh, he's right there. Hefty old whack. Kind of impossible to see where he was exactly. Okay, got the place. To be pretty bold and aggressive, but it worked. Well, that wasn't great out of there, though. Is he going to try and hang into the first turn? It seems like he might. Pretty tough. I gotta keep looking in my mirrors, hoping he's not gonna take a jab in any of these spots. Petrified of overstepping those curbs just a little bit. That was not a great exit out of there. Gonna leave me right for some slipstream. Okay. Seems to have spread out a bit now. Mart is now in third. Yari seems to have run into a little bit of a spot of bother at some point. He seemed to get the better run through there compared to me. But that's okay. It's not close enough to really mount anything. Oh, this race is not easy though. Tell you that for a fact. Basically constantly working. Fun though. Can't deny that. Yeah, now that we've done a couple of racing laps on it, I could see why this was a big point in contention in real life, and I'm glad they fixed it. But sadly, wasn't able to get that version of the track for this season. They actually did release one, but it came out after I'd already put everything in place for this season, and I didn't have time to test it, so yeah. Well, I was a bit worried there. But I might have taken just a little too much, but we got away with it, so it's good. This Metal X is on rails, though. I am very happy of how this is handling. Okay. I'm good on fuel as well. Just extra good. $30 still to go. Oh, God. I only have myself to blame. I am the one who picked this. I've got to keep focus up for 13 more minutes. Hey Adam, how's it going? How's tonight going? Well, this is the first race, and I assume you could see how it's going. At the moment, pretty well. The attendance is a little lower. I think I might have scared people off with the track selection, to be honest. I guess we'll find out. Well, actually, I might scare people off with the track selection for both races tonight. But so far I'm enjoying this race. It's not easy, that's for sure. It's a very demanding track in these little cars. But the way I've got this Metal X set up, it's on rails. So I am the weakest link. The race is, I think, effectively mine to lose at this point. Shouldn't the indoor section have the lights on? Maybe? I might not have some settings set right. Oh. But I mean, I can still see perfectly fine on the indoor bit anyway, so it's a little dark, but, you know, I can still see, so it's not the end of the world. I haven't tried this track yet, but just based on IRL. Yeah, I'd assume so too, but I don't know. I might have something set wrong somewhere. I haven't looked at my AC settings in a very long time. Phil is keeping me honest, though. I will give him that. Mart and Yari seem to have fallen off. Fair chunk. 3 different cars on the podium, though. We're just into the halfway point now. Still got double of this to go. As I said, I am enjoying this, but it's a very tough race. Oh, just one lapse of concentration is all it takes you to very quickly find a wall, even in these little cars. It's actually a bit of a rubbish lap from me. Bill was quicker than me that time around. Lucky I have a little bit of a safety cushion to play with. London Lightning via extension any file on CSP, maybe. I mean, that would explain it. But it's not like it's not like complete darkness, so I'm not too bothered by it. Whew. Bit of GTA Online community made races. I guess, yeah, it could, yeah. Some of the GTA tracks that do kind of have this sort of feel to them. Especially with the way you have to make the tracks there. Phil seems to have lost a decent chunk of ground there, which works for me, gives me a bit more of a comfortable net. Still can't make any major mistakes, obviously, but I can make a couple more minor ones and get away with them. Now that you mention that, I can... the more I think about it, the more I can see it being a GTA track. I can just imagine like a GTA car sort of swooshing through here. You know, bouncing off all the curbs to try and get extra speed and whatnot. I know some people say, or bitch about GTA 5's handling model because it's not like GTA 4's, but I think GTA 5's handling model does a really good job of what it's meant to do, which is to provide a very casual but still pretty enjoyable driving experience. There's enough nuance there to have fun, but it's like so straightforward and simple that like you really don't need to think about it. You know, it's not going to give you the same level of nuance as like a racing game would, but it gives you enough to be satisfied. Well, that wasn't great. That's okay. Randomly turn some elevation changes, but mostly flat. Happens at the end of fast sections next to no safety zones, yeah. That was a terrible lap from me, holy shit. Oh. Bill vanished? Not quite sure what happened there. Oh. He's there, but he's apparently lost a lot of ground. Holy shit. Let's see what happened there. Must have caught something. Watching back some other races from like 2018, notice just how common mentioned characteristics were. Yeah. I mean, now that you mention it to me too, I do kind of... Yeah, I mean, it's kind of testament that I can immediately picture the like a kind of track like this in GDA after you mention it. Okay, well, I think the pressure is pretty much off because those three are on top of each other. Whew. Car is quite simply on rails. As in that game, especially supercars have intense acceleration, really strong brakes compared to most grounded racing games. Yeah. They're also, in the grand scheme of things, not that quick. Like, the game does a reasonable job at giving you a decent enough sense of speed, but the cars actually, in reality, aren't that quick, like even the fastest supercars. And I mean, well, when you like, push it to go that fast with mods and stuff, it's like... You can see why supercars can't actually do 200 mile an hour in GTA, because the physics just completely melt down. Looks like Forgotten Factory. That what they called the factory stage in Sonic R? It's probably not what you're referencing, but popped it into my head. Yeah, evening, Evgeny. How's it going? Right, 2 more laps to go. Ooh. Climbing some very steep sections and mountains are often used in custom races. Yeah. That does remind me, actually, of a really funny exploit in a game I've played. I don't know how many of you have heard of Road Trip Adventure. It's a pretty fun game. It was there in the original draft of the Bad Racing Games video before I actually made that video not shit. But, it's a pretty quirky little racing game. It's not the best in terms of physics and stuff, but it's a racing game filled to the brim with, like, so much charm that it's, like, kind of cool. But it has a pretty funny bug where you can basically reverse the car up cliffs, because for some reason you have so much more traction in reverse. Oh, well, actually, no. I think it's because of the nature of the cars. The back wheels are, like, really big, so it's easy to push the car up onto a ledge with the back wheels, and then once you've got the car on the ledge, you're pretty much good as gold. But it's a lot easier if you reverse up the ledge than going forwards. I'm gonna get more authentic eating a chicken cutlet. Well, I should be paying attention to my driving. Cutlet and chimichurri steak. Tasty. Is that Max Verstappen feels in the Formula 1 races these days? I wonder. No wonder being flat or fat is more aerodynamic in a wind tunnel. I mean, if you... Having more round, curved, or smoother edges... There we go. Woo! It's pretty good. Sheesh. Huh, M2 actually had the fastest first sector. Damn. I don't own a SimRacing team. But yeah, I guess being fat, you have a smoother... You theoretically have a smoother sort of... Or more rounded sort of shape. But I guess being flat, you have lower surface area. So they both have their advantages. Yeah, sadly only 5. As I said, I think I scared everyone away with my track selections tonight. I think people saw the track and they were like, no. Which is a shame, because that was actually a lot of fun. Oh, bloody OAC. Take a side pod to work these days. I don't know if any of you have ever sat in like a Formula 1 cockpit. It's pretty awkward, actually. I remember when I went to the Williams factory back in like 2018. because they have their, like, sort of, like, heritage collection, sort of, like, right next to it. And, we went to go and see that. It was pretty cool. But they had a, they had a 2000 and... I think it was a... It was like a 2001 Williams, painted in, like, the Martini paint scheme, with, like, Pirelli slicks on it. But it was kind of like a test show car thing they had. Well, just like a show car, sort of thing. But they had it set in the Heritage Collection, and you can, like, sit in it. So you get to see kind of what it's like sitting in, like, a Formula 1 cockpit. And yeah, it's like, because you're basically laying down, it's quite awkward to get in and out. Kinda, yeah. I mean, I hope I don't have to feel what a coffin is like anytime soon, but... Yeah, it is, I guess, kind of like that. But your head's sort of poking out the top. I was a little short, so I couldn't quite... I don't know who it was made for, but I think it was made for Stroll, I think they said. So I couldn't quite reach the pedals. Because he's relatively tall. Yeah, Phil got a great start. Then he got the jump on me into turn 1. I kind of just conceded. And yeah, I could, like, just about see over the top as well. Enough. Car's so slow for the heck, it's just not even funny. Where did you finish in the end? Was it 3rd? Oh, little tap on the wall there. 4th. I saw you three were pretty close. Yeah, Phil locked up big time here. I tried to wedge my way in, but there just, yeah, there wasn't really anywhere I could put the car. Tried again on the exit, but again, nada. I had to ease off a little there, so I kind of lost a bit of ground. But, yeah, this car was on rails. I don't think I really could have gotten the setup much better. I only really made minor tweaks from Monaco. But whatever I did worked a champ. Oh, here we go. Yeah, see, put a bit of a gap here. I was slowly bringing it down. But he turns in a little too early and has to correct here, which really fucks his trajectory. Like, he can't. He almost licks the wall there. And that puts him on a really bad trajectory here, I think. Yeah. Because I hook it right round, and he's not able to turn enough. So actually, I helped him there. Put him back the right way. I was fishing because Phil didn't want to go slow past him. And I guess Yari just shot past you. And then I sort of just went for it here. I saw he braked a little early, and I was like, alright. Kind of kept the car alongside, and then he conceded here. So I just went on about it. And that was pretty much that, I think. For me, at least. Yeah, he tried. But he couldn't really get it. Yeah, I think the Metal X was just better than the RAF. Yeah, the RAF's weak turning kind of crippled it here. I had a feeling this was going to be a track that this car would excel at. I got past his first gear. Well, that was your fault for going into first gear. Yeah, I kind of started pushing out the gap from here. I think Yari was ahead of Mark, but then lost the place. See how that happened. Or was he? Oh no, yeah, he was. Had to take the hairpin dip stick. Well, excel at. Oh, fuck's sakes. Oh, I see the problem. Oh, wow. I'd forgotten about that. The turn-in circle on the RAF is very not good. Explains why Phil was practically drifting it, or like kicking it through the corner. And that was why I gave the Metalex the most ballast and the RAF none. Because I knew that, obviously I think it's the weakest of the three through the corners. But it kind of made up for it in the straights. But the weight penalty sort of helped peg the Metalex back enough in the straights to make that advantage actually mean something. Over here, this is more turns than there were straights, so that played into my hands nicely. Yeah, what happened with Phil? He was holding on relatively well. Bins it somewhere. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Oh no. Oh no. He did, I'm pretty certain. Oh no! Oh! Oh, it's tragic. So he's coming through. He's a bit, yeah, he's wide on entry. He just doesn't get it tight enough, and then he snags that wall with his back wheel, because the back wheel ever so slightly sticks out more than the front. Oh, and that puts him in a terrible spot, as he's now Austin Powers, effectively. Oh yeah, and then that, oh, little kiss there, a little bit of tripping over each other there. Phil doesn't waste any time getting past you, though. Alright. He gets a really good run out of here, it seems. Oh, I guess the Metalex maybe or not the Metalex, the Estonia is struggling to get out first, maybe? Oh, yeah, or... Oh. Thought he might have been clear, but he wasn't. Oh, that's unlucky. I forget which track is next, but I think there are some I think the next two tracks are a lot faster, so I think we'll play into the Estonia a bit better. I guess and that's how it pretty much stayed. Yeah, it was. That's pretty fun though. I enjoyed it at the very least. There's another thing allow me to register, but the track was labeled as or marked as undefined. Huh. Let me just double check. No, that is definitely... Yeah, no, you guys definitely did download the right one. That London check looked too scary for me. We've already got 6 people in for the Norris ring, so yeah, I think, yeah, I was right. The Excel scared everyone away. It's a shame. It's a very unique track. But, I guess I'm not too surprised. It was kind of a bold move putting it in. But you gotta live sometimes, so... Let's see... Where is my window capture? Ta-da! Yep, so I take the win. With 29.9. That was the fastest lap. Early 29. It's pretty nice. Happy with that. Phil in second with a 30.1. Yari in third with a 30.5. Martin fourth with a 30.3. But I think obviously with the way the Estonia was, I think that kind of stunted him in terms of battling. Because yeah, obviously the car struggled to get back up to speed if you lost the momentum. But it definitely seemed to have it, if you could keep it. So yeah, pretty close between those three still at the end. And then Henning in fifth. And yeah, that was a track that's pretty hard to pass on. There was some movement, which is pretty good to see. Everyone got incident points, but nobody's been sent to the prison, so it's all good. Overall championship standings, however, is where things get very interesting. That win pulls me back within 3 points of Phil. Of Yari, 3 points behind that. So only 6 points separate us three going ahead. I just need to improve my consistency, I'm pretty certain. Because Phil and Yari have scored podiums in every race. I have scored 2 wins, but no seconds and no thirds. Croft, I think I sabotaged that because I got penalties. And then, whatchamacallit? I sabotaged it at Laguna because I killed Phil on the first lap, so... That was definitely not a smart move from me. But very tight. Mart is in fourth with the last of the full-timers on 372, which puts him a little way out. But it's still definitely possible to scrape a place or two. I think with how close things are. One bad race, I think, is all it will take for a big swing. Win, I think, might be off the table, but a second or a third, definitely doable, I think, for him, still. Final 2 tracks are going to be Summit Point and Mont Tremblant, which are both much quicker tracks. Summit Point obviously has a double hairpin as well, but it's a bit of a faster one. And in general, that track is a lot faster than, obviously, today's. And then Mont Tremblant is going to be great. Hopefully the car should be pretty balanced around there, because that's obviously where I did all the BOP testing on the 3 cars. But I guess we'll see when we get there. Things have changed quite a bit, obviously, as the series has gone on, so... we shall see. We shall see. For now, however, it's Norris ring time. Albeit, I guess we do have 12 minutes. If I can remember what it's called, I could show off a pretty weird track that I found. Ah, here we go. When it eventually decides it wants to load. Oh, there we go. Took a surprising while. Aha! Here we go. Quick little run through here. We'll just load Croft's setup. I think that'll probably be the best one to go with. And we'll just drive. This is a track in Peru. That I stumbled onto race department. Well, not race department anymore. Overtake. Oh, I already fucked it up. I've clobbered that curb. We're alive. Of course, true 60s track safety. Concrete pillars to stop you. Fans on the track as well. I've gone wide. But we're okay. And here comes the real interesting part about this track. We turn around the corner. Bam. Probably drop a gear. There you go. And look. Even the Formula Easter cars make the tunnel seem narrow. Looks like something from Gran Turismo. I don't think Gran Turismo would go this crazy, to be honest. This is more of a rally stage that they're trying to pass off as a racetrack. Just because it loops back on itself. Little cheeky bump up on the curb. Don't really want to do that too much in this car because it doesn't have much in terms of suspension travel. Get the rally track from 4. I mean, they've been rally... been rally tracks, I think, in most Gran Turismo games. Also, no, because... oh, the City Rally. Is that the one that's... I think I know the one you're talking about. But, believe it or not, I have not actually played Gran Turismo 4 myself. Yeah, the one where you barely... I'm pretty certain I know the track you're on about, though. I have seen it. But I have actually never played Gran Turismo 4 for myself. And I'll be completely honest, I also don't really have much interest in doing so. But maybe one day. I don't know. Don't need to play... Yeah. Obviously, as I said, yeah, I know the track. It's one of the most iconic tracks in Gran Turismo 4. But I wasn't really thinking about it as a rally track. I was mostly thinking of... When you said rally, I was mostly thinking of, like, the dirt tracks. That obviously Gran Turismo has. I love how when you come out the tunnel, because it's a sudden drop as well, you just see the sky. Also, these, like, pebbles actually are bumpy. That's why I almost lost it there. Pretty fitting, though, that we got Sega Rally music playing in the background. Oh, I bottomed out there. My god. Bad for the tunnel, otherwise it would be an interesting track for racing. You can actually fit most cars through the tunnel. I did a race here in the... I did an AI run in the fucking... Oh, what's it? The Porsche Macan? Was it the Macan? I think it... No, it was the Maserati Levante, sorry. It was the SUV. Dead. We fit in the tunnel just fine, actually. And all the AI handled the tunnel pretty well as well. Even in such a big car. Good luck if they go side. Oh yeah, obviously. No matter what car you're in, you basically have to force yourself to go single file. It's just how it is. They get a couple laps in at Norris Ring before the race starts. Just a little bit of a shakedown to refamiliarize myself with the car. But the car stop sliding. Is it we checked from last week? Ah, nice. And mostly one lap and some additional stuff left to do. It's gonna be a very saucy race, I can tell. Oh, rear axle lock, please. I took myself to restart Skyrim again. Fair enough. God. Locking that rear axle is deadly. Hello, Alexi. How's it going? Lando Norris Ring, perfect tracking. It's gonna be a fun one. I can say that for sure. I think the server should be up. Yes, it is.
Skins checked, nothing new, carry on.
Ew. Interesting. Well, that's... the track get updated? Are you shitting me? It's like... Has it logged me out? Motherfuckers. Oh no. I'm guessing I don't... Oh, they have logged me out. Shit. Alright, well, this is a problem. Oh. Wait a second. Oh, no. Bollocks. totally haven't forgotten my race department password. Oh, never mind. I have one. There we go. Okay, we're good. Guess it must have been downloaded since I last used it, which is interesting. Yes, sirree. Okay. Be good now, I think. Apologies. Time to rejoin the server. I don't know, I haven't had anyone else come in here complaining. So I think it's more me. Yeah, there's 5 people in the server.
Skins check.
There we go.
Nothing new. Carry on.
We're in. The small field, yes, but everyone apart from Phil and Mihal have appeared in my chat tonight, so I'm pretty certain they'd let me know if something was wrong. You know. Maybe I push the brake bias forwards, actually. Also, they would have posted on the SRS Discord, and I checked there and I didn't see any posts either. About to pause my music. Also didn't close my password manager. I should probably do that before I accidentally... I guess you can't really see anything on it, but... Before I accidentally click on something I shouldn't on it. Oh, fuck it. Traction control is going off. When I pause it, I pause it for like just the SRS session in general. Wheel spin. Oh, I didn't put the soft tires on. Arrgh. Oh well. We'll get a feeder on these tires, on the mediums. That's what I'm going to be using in the race, so... Okay, maybe it is needed. Jesus Christ, this car is like a shopping trolley. Hasn't really answered the question. I just do. I don't know. I mean, the practice for SRS races is very short, so I just use the practice to get ready for qualifying and the race. In qualifying, you want to focus still, so... You know, removing... You guys are already a big enough distraction on me. Don't need any more. God, this thing is trolleying all over the place. Fuck me. I'm kind of gutting myself on these exits, though. Traction control 5. Feels better. Does like to skip a lot. Doing 2 from me, how? Sheesh. Oh, I say as I do a 51.7. Oh, and then Lexi's a 51.1. And I'm gonna go flying away! Because I wanna... Yeah, I wanna go and whack the old soft tires on and strip out a little bit more fuel. Okay, it's hit my traction control settings, that's good. This is gonna be a very tight qualified section, I think. Obviously, given that it's Norris ring. Mihao jumps to a 50.9 though. It's a big statement time there. I think I'm finally gonna have my pole streak ended, but maybe that's a good thing. Because I haven't won any of the races so far, and I've blundered all of them away. Maybe not getting pole is a blessing in disguise. That wasn't great. Maybe you not being here helps me win. Well, I mean, I won earlier with you here, so... $51.4. Nice, nice. I've fucked this lap up, though. Wasn't here from the start. I mean, I bottle jobbed last week's race like halfway through. So... He's gonna jump out the way. Little does he know this lap is rubbish. That was apparently a faster lap. Alright, never mind. Doing great, too much wheel spin. Jesus, this car bounces so much. It's kind of ridiculous. Oh, that was good enough for pole, apparently. Provisional pole, at least. So who knows, maybe the curse will continue. They even have enough fuel left to complete this lap? I don't know, we'll find out, I guess. I think Alexi ate that wall. Gonna be tight. It's kind of scupping me a bit. I think this lap is gonna be an improvement. I'm gonna finish it regardless. Just in case. It's not gonna be, and I'm out of fuel. Perfect. That was actually timed to pretty much perfection. See, where is Mr. Yannick? I'll try and... Oh shit, I'm in a bit of a... Hand who clipped the wall. Okay, he's going to go, right? Okay, what can I do here on this final run? Not sure on that, but we'll see how it goes. Angling the car out of there. Yeah, I'm bruised, but not enough. What am I gonna do? Ooh, just. Oh, I get pipped though. It's 19 minutes. Okay, so if I do about 58, I think that should be more than enough. I think. See, everyone's going to jump to the mediums, I'm pretty certain. Just for luck, I will definitely need it here. Alexi's gambling on the softs. He was the one who picked me for pole position. He might be onto something. Curious, actually, how close was it in qualifying? Moderately. I think Hanno is just playing the safe game. Gotta remember this car does not get good starts, so we have to try and play that as best we can. Oh, we're still side by side on the exit. I'm gonna take the lead. It's not a great exit from there, though. Oh, fucked up a bit. Extra not gonna help me. Okay, Michael is a bit offline. Should have followed Lexi a bit better, but I didn't. See if I can maybe salvage any kind of slipstream off of him at all. I don't think I am. Michael's seemingly going rather bold on the braking. My chat box is in like the worst possible position with how that first corner is. So Lexi is going to be pretty certain. Yeah, he's still on the soft tires. So is Michael. They're both benefiting off of that extra traction. Oh, the throating out of that corner. Not nice. Lexi stays or maintains his advantage. The helm of the field. Fuck up a little bit, but that's okay. Ooh. Bit too much of a kick at the throttle there. Got all out of shape. We're alive. That's what matters. Great of an exit, but it was one. Deviously, or deceptively tough for the corners. Look up on the hairpin. So, like, some of the widest 90-degree chicane you've, like, ever seen. But it's just the because of how simple the track is, your run through them just matters so much more. I've locked up a bit. He's right on top of me. Luckily we got a bit of a gap for the cars behind, so... Well, maybe not. Well, it minimizes my losses if I do lose a place, but... It also means that he has more chances to fight. Here he hasn't really found much of one, which is good. Holding pace with these two, even on the slightly harder set of tires. Got a little squirrely there, I think. These lockups definitely aren't going to be helping my tyre life out that much, that's for sure. Big lockup. Slowly pulling away from Michael, very slowly, but number only seems to be getting bigger, which is definitely a good thing in my eyes. I say as it then drops down a little bit after that shocking exit from that hairpin. Gap to Alexi isn't getting drastically bigger either. We're very close that lap. Oh, that's not going to help me though. Oh, that was very close. God, that's not too great. I'm scrolling around all over the place. Surprised Mihal is as far back as he is, given his pace in qualifying. Minutes still to go. Whew. Got plenty of fuel. Actually, we're 8 liters over fueled, which I guess isn't a bad thing. But it might be robbing some precious lap time from me. Hope it's not, but you never know. Car's always trying to get away from me around there. Oh, too much. Try shimmying this back to the 59. See if this makes any kind of a difference on my braking. Fuck that up. But not really, is the answer. Put away from Michael a bit though, so I'll take that. Raggles around all over the place. Maserati is a bit of a monster. That was the fastest lap of the race so far, so... I don't think that was a great line. It's not really making enough of an impression on Alexi. Become a serious threat for the leaders race at the moment. Okay, good response to my lap. It's not. I think my lap, yeah. My lap this time around was just extra bad. Okay, that was better. Definitely getting a better feel of the brakes, which is good as we come into the second half. Luck up into here isn't helping me, but I'll take it. This is what it is. Just gotta live with it. Kinda hoping Michael and Alexi's tyres are gonna start struggling a bit more in this phase, though. Which will help bring the race a little bit more into my hands. Especially as I don't really seem to be doing it on raw speed, so I will need a little bit of divine intervention, I think, if I want to make this work. Here be getting food. Would be harsh to ask. Don't go anywhere. Yeah, very. How dare you ask me to not go anywhere? But I mean, it's almost as if. Oh god, I fucked that up. Oh, okay, we're good. It's almost as if I'm stuck in a bit of a concrete circle for at least the next 7.5 minutes. To then be trapped in another concrete circle for God knows how much longer afterwards. Starting to feel a little bit of vibration through the wheel from all the flat spots racing around the bucket, yeah. I guess it's more kind of a butter knife. I guess in terms of raw shape. Hey Virgilia, how's it going? But Alexi is just out of reach. Not really making enough of a dent on him, but at least I'm pulling away from Michael behind. The good thing is I continue to drag these tires into the ground. 6 minutes 50 to go. So still got a ways to go in this, and that's not going to help me. Me, bring the brake a bit further back. I could try 1% just for now. Don't want to bring it too further back because otherwise I'll start locking the rear axle like I was doing in practice, which is not good. So I'll just kind of do it incrementally. Ooh. Yeah, I am relatively tired at the moment. I've been basically spent all of last week just doing work on the new house, as much work as I possibly could. Still a shitload more to do. But I've had to obviously come back to my real job this week. And so it's all a bit of a mess at the moment, but hopefully I'll be able to get things all sort of more in a bit of a steady rhythm and whatnot. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on. New house, yeah. Got the keys almost 2 weeks ago. It'll be 2 weeks tomorrow. We got the keys. But we have 2 months left before we have to move out of this current rented place. So we're basically trying to get in and get as much work done as we can before we move everything in. think Alexia might just be a little too out of reach now, though. I made too many mistakes. Well, was basically keeping pace with him before, but obviously that hit against the wall, I think, was the nail in the coffin. Unless he makes a similar mistake of his own. I hit the wall. Pretty minor, but it was enough to pretty much to put Alexi out of reach, I think, unless he does the same. I just turned in a little too much here and dinged that wall. But Michael's still behind me, and I'm still in second place, so it's all good. Moved the brake bias back a little bit more as well. Not an air-intensive car, no wait. It's fine. It's not like it feels like it has much anyways, especially with all these low-speed corners. I'm just hoping that the back tires on Alexia are going to be suffering. And he's going to hopefully start falling off in pace. But if I do stuff like that, it's not going to help my pace out. He seems to be managing it very well. Because him and Michael are both on the soft compound tires, as my tires start to go yellow even. I think Alexia's pretty much got this in the bag. Oh. I think it's mostly just going to be focusing on where Michael is in second. Trying to make sure I keep him at bay. But I'm pretty happy with a P1 and a P2, so if I can hold on, it'll be a pretty good result tonight, all things considered. And I didn't get pole this time, so I broke my streak of getting pole and choking away the race. This time I didn't get pole. I still kind of choked away the race, but yeah. At least I didn't get pole. Otherwise it would have been 4 in a row with no wins to show for it. Not ideal. Combined with the tire grip fall off, it might actually be having... The front aero might be having a little more of an effect than I thought. I'm not sure. They definitely don't seem to be able to do the pace that I was doing earlier. Part of that might also be just a lack of focus as well. Too many factors to really pinpoint down one specific reason, but... the simple idea is that I am just not got enough pace. Moving to a new house 2, already confirmed their optical fiber clips available, rest I can figure out. Ah, nice. Yeah, I just booked in mine to get it all transferred over on yesterday. So that'll be still a way out, because obviously I don't want to do it now because there's literally nothing in that house and it is nowhere near ready to be putting stuff into it. Because, you know, we've basically got to put in like a new carpet, or fix some of the flooring, put in new carpet, and paint all the walls and stuff. And my room in particular, we haven't done anything in yet. Mostly just been using it as a bit of a storage cubby. Been focusing on other places that need stuff doing. Coincidentally, I'm looking at player homes for Skyrim right now. At least, hopefully, moving in Skyrim isn't as painful as it can be moving in real life. I think the actual move might be the easiest part, really. Just the sheer amount of work that we have to do. And we got our new kitchen arrived today, but it's all just in boxes, so I guess that'll be our job at the weekend. As long as Lydia keeps out the fucking way. But yeah, hopefully that goes well for you. Well, oh wow, we did identical lap times on that final lap. Haha. Lexi's gonna go in for the donuts. Ugh. That's pretty good. Do I have a mod for that? Companions have no collisions, so I can go anywhere. Ugh. Must be nice. I was really hoping those softs were gonna fall off really badly towards the end there. Still wondering whether I'll see Elder Scrolls 6 in my lifetime. Did I hit the wall? Very lightly, yeah. Very lightly. I think my chances of winning were pretty slim, but I think that put the nail in the coffin. Because I think that fully sort of released Alexi from being anywhere near my grasp. Yeah, no, thanks. Yeah, you did pretty well as well. I'm surprised those soft tires held on as well as they did. Ooh, just gotta... Arg, I can't unlock my poxy phone. Just quickly responding to a message. Softs are okay. I wasn't sure. Obviously, I didn't really do any practice beforehand, so I just kind of stuck with the old reliable mediums. Yeah, congrats, Alexi. Held your own. Oh, nice little footage of the old DTM. Braking was hard. Yeah. I locked up quite a few times. I'm surprised this worked, though. But it obviously didn't last. Now look at that, everyone knows the tail. But yeah, I pretty much lost it as quickly as I gained it. This car makes such a simple track pretty tough. I mean, Narsring is deceptively tough anyways. But, yeah. Pretty much, I think we were all just kind of in a bit of a stalemate. I think Michael made a couple of attempts, but they didn't really materialize. Where was that one lap, actually? I need to find that one lap where it was crazy close between the two of us. So I really muddled the exit. I forget what lap that was. But I'm locking up every lap. Look at that. No speed turn, so soft. I think more mistake than attempt. Not this lap? Okay. One of these laps. I remember it was very close between the two of us. I looked behind me and I was like, ooh. Maybe I've gone too far? Or maybe it wasn't as close as I thought it was. Yeah, I think now we've spread out too much. Yeah, we spread out too much. The channel's new YouTube channel with right email coming soon. Oh, is this built on the wrong email then? Current channel. I guess it would have been here? Yeah. Okay, it wasn't as close as it looked. Yeah, I really bungled this. Big lockup. I think maybe had you not have gotten on the curb, you might have had a pretty good chance. But obviously that kind of pumped you out. It was pretty close still, though. Let's see. Where was the lap that I crashed? The kiss with the wall. Oh no, because the lap time will be longer. Oh, there we go. This will be it. Oh, already on past it. Yeah, it's... Boop. There you go. I just turned a little too much, and that just completely threw me off there. You can use this car as a base engine, has some extension DLC mod suit. Interesting. Yeah, it was pretty much where it... I don't know if anything else really happened. Would it be worth checking? Anyone have anything they want to see? Speak now or forever hold your peace. I'll give the final lap. Actually, I'll give the first lap, actually. That'd be more interesting to put on. There you go. Oh, no, that's on to lap 2. Never mind. That's very close, though. Whoa. I was fully expecting someone to snooker the field, but luckily that didn't happen. Because it's easily done. Yeah, I had a terrible run through here. Car just, like, slid. Oh, no, I kind of went too wide. Yeah, it wasn't very sensible. The Norris ring, especially. Oh yeah, the full grid, yeah, it'd be insane. I think the car kind of helped as well, because it was a bit easier to spread out. If we did this in like an MX-5, say, that would be crazy. Because everyone would just be on top of each other the whole time. The Forgotten Series started as a mod for Skyrim, actually won some awards for writing, recently became its own game on the Unreal Engine. It's on Steam if you want to check it out. Oh yeah, I think I heard about that. It looked pretty interesting. But I didn't go much further than looking at it and be like, oh, that looks cool, and then or something with crazy shit stream physics. Yeah, I mean, like the Vento from last season, that'd be pretty saucy, especially the push to pass. Whoa. Because that push to pass was very aggressive. It was very short, but very aggressive. What's going on? It's so old, buggy and limited here. Alright, let's bring up these old results. Take a quick peek. Let's see. There we go. Oh, wrong thing. Yep, so Alexi wins. Very concrete win. Alright, see you, Michael. Cheers for racing. See you around. Should hopefully be able to make Monday next week, but yeah, missed it this week. But yeah, so Alexi, very dominant win. Obviously, small challenge for me at the start, but he very quickly took it back, and it was his from then on out. Cool, calm, collected race from him. Myself in second. Actually held on to the fastest lap, which I'm quite surprised about. But it wasn't enough. Too inconsistent, too many mistakes. maybe the soft tires might have been the better choice for me, but I made the choice I did. Gotta live with it. Michael in third. Actually slightly faster lap than Alexi, but pretty much same as me. He didn't hit the wall like I did, but I think we both just didn't have that insane level of consistency that Alexi had. Miha, unfortunately, after a really good qualifying, faded in the race, it seemed. Best he could muster was a 51-1 and 4th place. 5th for Phil. And 6th for Hannah with 6 instant points. Oh no. Pretty clean race though. 3 drivers with 0. And 2 with 1. Hannah being obviously the exception rather than the norm on 6. Seems like given that he lost a couple laps, maybe made a couple of trips to the pit lane as well. Which, I don't blame, because not an easy one. That car was trying to go all sorts of places if you weren't careful. I try to go faster, will start attacking me. Yeah. The car was really squirmy. Had to like all the turns. Yeah. Everyone used mediums apart from yourself and Michael. Mihal, myself, Phil, and Hanu all used the mediums. Overall championship standings, though, Alexi stretches his lead now with his 2nd win in a row, actually, after winning at Road America. He stretches his lead out now. Not by much, though. Only 4 points. Only 4 points in it. So very close. 2 rounds to go, so it could swing anyway. Michael a few points further back in 3rd, and myself comfortably down in 4th. I'm 10 points ahead of Phil. That could swing. So I need to keep an eye over my back. But this is my first finish on the podium. Despite starting the prior 3 races from pole, so not been a great season for me. I'm pretty much well and truly out of it. But only 10 points split the top 3, so that could definitely swing if things are to go amiss for one of them. Hopefully I can maybe squeak out a couple more podiums to wrap off the season, but we'll see. The trend has obviously been so far to fuck it all up. But yeah, Watkins Glen. It's a track that I get along pretty well with and I very much enjoy, so hopefully that will bring good results. And Grindelwald is a bit of a weird one, but it should be good fun. So it'll be good to see how that goes. But yeah. Four rounds in. Pretty fun racing so far this season. Very competitive. Of course, it would be nice to have bigger grids, but unfortunately can't have it all. But what racing there has been this season has been very good for the most part, I think. It's been a fun season. The only real frustration I have is obviously me being shit in the Maserati. And I guess missing Monday's race. Just gone. But other than that, it's been a really good season. So, Grindelwald from Harry Potter. No, it's up in Switzerland, I think. Can you do a quick big grid AI race at XL? Well, I've just closed AC and turned my wheel off, but I guess we could just let the AI do their thing. I mean, if I put myself in, there would definitely be crashes galore. So I guess maybe that's not such a good idea. Yeah. Hang on, let me go and get that set up quickly. Just actually get my wheel off the desk. Whoa. Yeah, I can get that up quickly. Any car in specifically you're looking for? Or... I don't really know if necessarily using... Same as tonight, okay. I was going to say, I'm not fully sure if using those is going to be particularly great, given that their default setups aren't terribly great, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Oh, maybe it wasn't quite what I wanted. Get the cars in. Can bop. I'm not even on about bop, I'm just on about the default setups. You build a race simulator in Excel. Spreadsheet of max for us. Love it. Five laps should be good enough. We've got 8 of each car. For Jeopardy, I'm going to put the Estonias at the front. That's my first thought as well. No, it's the London Excel Arena Formula E track. So, oh my god, I'm actually starting on a corner here. I mean, I'm just retiring to the pits. Immediately, but, be a better camera. Well, they've all survived turn 1. Hyundai's and Hyundai Excel and also a mod of it. Opportunities. I didn't even know that was a car. Yeah, it's a Formula E track, yeah. It was what we used for this race tonight. Oh, hand sticking through the chassis. I'm surprised the Estonians are pulling away, actually. Oh, I think it's because these two are getting a little bit personal and they've bottlenecked... Yep, they've bottlenecked everyone behind. Where are the Metal X's? They've started to make their way. Not really. Oh! Bit of a clog up here. Oh. Yeah, they're not doing... Oh my god. They're not doing a great job at navigating these. Oh, they've crashed behind. Oh, and there's been a... Okay, it's gridlock here. It's also gridlock here. It turns out there's in the parking lot of my building. Oh, oh. He does it, but didn't do it. He did a Schumacher, yeah. There's just one lonely guy here, another lonely guy here. Oh, I think that's all the Metal X is out of the race. It is. Pretty much what you expected, yeah. I think the problem actually is, as I mentioned, as we saw in the race replay, the RAF is actually a very horrible turning circle. Yeah, actually, let me bring up the replay quickly. I'm pretty certain what happened was that the old RAFs got bottlenecked. Alright. Yeah, let's watch as they try and approach the corner. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, look, see, he's struggling. Barely makes it. And I think as they stack up, they, yeah, without, like, a setup, yeah, these two obviously drive each other into the wall. And, that's them two cooked. Yeah, There's one thing I don't really like about the AC AI. If there's a car there, they'll just keep turning into it. Like, he just keeps turning into this guy. He doesn't give a shit. I've had it before where the AI has completely spun me out because they've turned into me. And they just don't give a shit that I'm there. So they just turn harder because they're like, huh, I'm not turning. Like, watch his hands. He's hit him and then he turns more now that he's hit him. When actually it would have helped both cars if he have just disconnected himself. And now they're all stuck. Because they can't really go anywhere. Up front? Not quite sure what happened. Alright, seems like shit had already happened. Oh. Oh no. Alright, okay. Yeah, so they're really slowing down. He's gonna pull over and give this guy a run. Oh no! He turns straight into the wall. Pow, pow, pow. Turn on AI lines? I can't, because I don't have... Hang on. Yeah, I disabled the AI, or not AI. Yeah, I disabled the dev apps. I think I got annoyed that there was too many apps. And a lot of them are just kind of junk. So I turned them off. Yeah, I don't have them. But it obviously caused a bottleneck. I don't know if the lines are messed up, but I do know for a fact that this car just has a terrible turning circle. They are at full lock. Like, he turns the steering wheel. That's all this car is to give. So about, like, any kind of setup to help it go... Yeah. You'd have to do things to the setup to help the car get around the corner. Otherwise, it's just... It's gonna struggle massively. Even the Metal X, I think, on the default setup, wouldn't have been particularly great round here. What's the Atlas? It's less known. Yes, yeah, he's able to get around a bit more comfortably, but it's still not great. Nowhere near to the level that I was able to clear the corner. You can see that one there didn't even make it behind, so he got caught up. Yeah, and then they all blockaded. Search bar does not... I got rid of it, or I disabled the apps because when I quickly want something in like a race, it's hard to bring it up. Like, if I quickly, whilst I'm driving the car, so like a search bar for me will be completely useless. That was kind of the use case I was thinking of, is when you know, when I'm like driving and just want to pull something up. In the last 10 years, Kunos did as much progress on ACA as Venezuela did with its economy. Oof. Oof. Albeit, Kunos hasn't worked on this game for like the past 6 years now. They officially ended support for it in 2018, I think? Basically when ACC came out. I think the only updates it really got since then were the were that hidden Ferrari esports DLC, which wasn't really an update. All it did was add some shitty cars that were basically ACC rips and a couple of liveries. I'm surprised so many people were raving about that Ferrari pack. I thought those two cars were awful. The GD3 that they add, Yeah, the GD3 Ferrari that they added was rubbish. It was slower than the normal GD3s, so like, what's even the point? Despite it supposedly being an Evo variant. And then the 488 Challenge was like stiff as a fucking brick, no matter what you did. Yeah, it doesn't leave the pits, but turning the wheels to the AI lines are not good unless you have the option for them to rejoin turn off. No, I don't. There is a different version of this track, though, that got released. It's based on the newer layout. That is... it's based on the newer layout, which is a bit simpler. I could probably bring it up quickly. I don't have the mod installed, but I can bring up the layout. They made some tweaks to it, which is a little annoying, because I think that might have been a more fun layout to use than the one we ended up using, but it is what it is. I hit the wall because the sidelines are not recorded well. Maybe. Will this bring itself up? No, it won't. Bollocks. Get a nice video on recording the airlines, yeah. There you go. Yeah, so this is the current... So this is the layout we used. And then... I need to move the chat window over. This is the current layout. Which they made a mod... Someone's gone and made a mod for. But we don't have that, so... Oh, crap. I don't want to do that. But you can see the main difference is the double hairpin that turns 10 and 11 is gone. And it's been made into a bus-stop, which is a lot nicer. And then 16 through to 19 has been basically drastically simplified to just a hairpin with a quick flick out and then a bit of a left-right. And then the rest of the track is all the same. So that's that. Yeah, I think most of them... so they got rid of the double hairpin in 2022. And then they changed that back sector in 2023 for the Gen 3 cars. Because of the kind of safety concerns. Yeah, we've just seen why, yeah. Yeah, there was a lot of crashes in those hairpins, obviously, as we saw. And then, yeah, to make it a bit nicer for the Gen 3 cars, they changed the final sector as well. And simplified that out a lot. Alright. Coolio. Let's get that out of here. Don't want that anymore. Ooh. She didn't get around to doing this last week because we had the diversion looking at Adam's track projects, which was interesting. And then afterwards I was dead. So intense as a countdown even on the menu screens. Well, that's just arcade cabinet games for you. It's not a... I think it's just a camel. Anything. Yes, because I am definitely running this off of arcade cabinet that is set right next to my computer in my house. Totally. Drive taking box, damn. Also, be prepared for hilariously bad English. I don't remember that, Sylvia. If your frame of reference... Oh, shit, I pressed the wrong button. If your frame of reference on One Gun Midnight is just the anime, it misses out, like, half of what happens. If I remember correctly. Because they just didn't bother doing, like, half of it. But the games cover everything that happens. Some cars were replaced in this game, though, due to licensing reasons. For example, Ishida doesn't have his Testarossa. Instead, it's a fucking Alcyon. It was meant to be a Gambala, but as I mentioned prior, Gambalas were only in the Japanese release. For some weird licensing restriction, they weren't in the export version, which is what I'm playing. I sort of hacked them back in, so I can use them, and that Blackbird gets his back. But all the other characters didn't. I didn't restore those. Got too far ahead. He's behind, though. What do you mean, woman? But yeah, there's a guy later on who has he'll show up in an MX-5, but he's meant to have an S2000. But Honda were very picky about licensing back then, so they couldn't get the Honda license. Oh, actually, yeah, so this guy, I just remembered, he's actually not meant to be in a Silvia. He's meant to be driving an Integra. It's meant to be... Oh, well, that's the GDR. But he's meant to be in an Integra, not a Silvia. But, again, Honda. So, they couldn't do that. So they were just like, Nissan Silvia is a close enough approximation. I think by the time the 6th game rolled around, they finally got Honda. She can use the Integra and the S2000, but... yeah, Honda were very picky for a very long time, so... Gotta love video game licensing. Never not a pain in the fucking ass. Which is really annoying, because... you know, some people just don't... For some reason, some people just don't accept racing games that don't have real cars. Which, in my opinion, is pretty dumb. Because it's more the driving feeling than everything. But I can understand it to an extent. Some people want to drive the cars that they'll never own, their dream machines. You know. And games can kind of give you that. But, you know, there's also nothing wrong with a car that doesn't exist either. Or it's like a mock version of a real-life car, you know? If anything, in some cases, I think having fictional cars is better. Case in point, obviously in not all cases. But like Ridge Racer, for example, I think does it really good with fictional cars, because they kind of build up a... yeah, Burnout, yeah. Burnout allowed them to smash the cars into tiny tin cans which most companies would never allow you to do. Which is why if you play Most Wanted 2012, the cars never actually take any structural damage in Most Wanted 2012. It's just cosmetic damage, like bumpers getting dented and falling off. BeamNG, yeah. But Ridge Racer is kind of special in the sense that they kind of created a world around everything. You know, the manufacturers are all kind of relevant in the... Like, you have fictional manufacturers for everything, and they all kind of work in the same way they do in, like, the real world. And there's even, like, little trinkets of lore around them and stuff, which is pretty nice. Kind of just adds to the atmosphere of the game and the presentation of it. Would Ridge work as an anime? I don't know. I'm gonna say no, because there isn't much of a story to any of it. Like, horrid, I can't drive at all. Yeah, because it's more world building and set dressing than it is, like, actual, like, proper narrative. So yeah, I mean, you could try and do it, but it would take a lot of effort, because you'd actually have to create a story from scratch, really. Oh, Akio suddenly appears out of nowhere. Bonjour. Speaking of anime, though, I made a grave mistake in watching one for the first time in, like, donkey's years. And now my friends won't stop recommending me other ones, even though I'm not interested. Do you belong to Ace? I love how they talk to each other, though. Despite the fact that they... How the fuck do they hear each other? They have some magical intercom? I always wonder about that. It's like sometimes they are talking to each other, other times they're just kind of like thinking the same thing out loud, and it's like, huh. I don't really know. I should have bought more power. I think we might... Oh, shit. No. Oh. Phew. Give me a bit of a push, lad. I'm getting ping-ponged around here. Not all drivers fully understand cars. You don't either, Sonny Jim. Headphones or whatever they're called. Maybe, but you never see... I mean, that'd be the most plausible way, but you never see anyone with them. Apart from, I think Kojima has a headset. I don't really remember what he uses it for, but he has one. I don't know, I guess people in Tokyo are just good on telepathy. Oh, snaggable now. So what did I watch? I actually watched, what was it again? Oh, it's C1. Okay, so £1. I watched Evangelion for the first time ever. And actually, I was pretty good, I'd say. People were like, oh, you're probably not gonna understand it. I was like, I think I can. I got a decent enough grasp of what they were trying to get at, though. I think it's definitely good that I watched it as an adult. Also, I just noticed that was meant to be the Mercedes badge back there, but it was like a peace sign instead. That was pretty funny. The original. I watched all 26 episodes of the original series, and then watched the end movie. And I've watched the first of the rebuilds, but I didn't really like it that much. So I'm kind of not really interested in watching the rest of them. But I might do. At some point. I guess specifically, though, for the original version, I watched the original English dub for it. Because, fuck you, I don't care. But, I didn't think that was too bad. I'd heard some bad things about the Netflix one, so I watched the original English dubbing that they did. And I thought it was pretty decent. Of course, at some points it was pretty clear that they were running on a bit of a shoestring budget. Both the show and the dubbing company, but they did good enough of what they had. Felt a little weird though that they tried to bring back as much of the original cast for the rebuild movies as possible though, because they've aged. Been a bit of good, like, what, 10 years between the two? Maybe more? So some of them don't sound as young as sprightly as they used to. Pride and Ace lights here. I forgot about this guy's arc. His whole shtick is that he beats GDRs. Oh, he spun out. Oh, see you later, pal. His whole shtick is that he beats GTRs in, like, a weak car. Then he gets beaten by a GTR, so he's like, okay, to continue beating GTRs, I must get a GTR. And then he like, becomes buddies with some, like, tuning shop. It's like, okay, this doesn't make any sense, but right. Guy behind it went through some rough times when it was first made. New movie versions actually tell a different story, but you won't. Yeah, I'd heard that, yeah. And you could kind of tell by, like, there's some visual differences, like the oceans are red. Kind of like they were at the end of the End movie, rather than the more normal-looking skies and water that you have in the original. I'm just more worried that I'm not gonna like the direction of the new story. It's kind of more. I get they had to cut a lot. But like, because like the first movie was essentially just the first 6 episodes, I think. But like massively cut down and changed. I wasn't really the biggest fan of the differences. And like just the general direction that they've kind of taken it in. But I don't know, maybe it gets better. I haven't really found time to watch the rest of them yet, so. Especially given it's a movie, it's a bit harder to kind of cram in than just sitting down for like 20 minutes. But I guess on the sort of point of, obviously, yeah, the creator's, like, sort of depression and stuff when he made it. It is kind of a sad fact about humans that we create some of our best work when we're at our lowest points. But I guess it's kind of the point where we're at our sort of, like, most vulnerable and emotional. That we are kind of willing to kind of really spill everything we have out onto a page. But he's really on my bumper. Get out of here. Shoot. I almost hit that high ace. Whew. Don't want to spoil it. You got made a good video on the whole thing. Alright. I have it all downloaded, so I'll probably I'll watch it eventually. Just, yeah, I don't have the most interest in immediately springing through them all. Damn, Akio trying to slide in his DMs. Don't do it, Akio. He's going to be written out of the story in like 2 minutes. Oh my god, it's right on me again. GDR has just got so much traction through the corners. I haven't seen the movies yet, but I've seen some clips from because people compare some of it. Darling in the Franks now. Kind of spot it for you. Oh fuck! No! Come back! I look at chat at exactly the wrong moment. I might just... Come on, come on, come on, come on! Whoa, I think I just got it! Yes! Just advantage 0 meters! Oh my goodness! Oh, I peeled it back just with a horsepower advantage. My goodness. That could have gone so much worse. I love it whenever they riddle out the horsepower numbers in this game, because they really don't match up to what's happening in the game. He's like, this thing has... He's saying that R33 has 400 horsepower. I have 815, and we're going down straight lines, basically, for this route. So, like, he should be... Well, he's kind of getting left in the dust, actually. Never mind. But maybe not quite... Yeah, he's kind of slowing down because the rubber band's kicking in. But maybe not quite as... He ain't dropping back as fast as someone with half my horsepower would do. Thanks for select down if you're ever getting around watching it. Just up on verse 15. I probably won't, to be honest. I really don't watch much at all in general these days. It's kind of just with the whole house stuff. I kind of got home and I wasn't really in the mood to play any video games. Oh, I hip-checked that poor little R2. This car is fast. No, it can be fast. Yeah, it's not fast at the moment, Sonny Jim. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really have any impulses to watch anything at the moment, but it's kind of just a random impulse. I was talking about it with a couple of friends, and they recommended it. I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'll do it. And I enjoyed it. It's definitely the kind of media I definitely enjoy at the moment. I really enjoy pieces of media that They definitely simmer with you. Well, like, the more you it kinda sits on your mind, and the more you think about it, the better and better it gets. The speed this is running, I mean, he's losing massive ground to me. Still. I get what I didn't get, and I can see what I didn't see. Damn. Very insightful message there. Oh, God. Kiss. Oh, I forgot how long it takes to get these last few tuning points. Oh no, I'm full power. Yeah, I totally had enough time to read all of that. But they've got weight penalties, haha. They don't really, doesn't actually matter, but they have passengers, I don't. Well, I guess technically I do, with all of you guys. We're in the party bus here, the clown car. But yeah, after I finished the, like, main series, before I'd even watched the end movie, my friends were like, they just started, like, spilling, like, shitloads of recommendations, and I was like, okay, chill out. Oh, hello there. Just give me a push. Push, push. There you go. I was like, A, I'm not interested in basically everything you're talking to me about, and B, even if I was, they're rattling through things so quickly, I had no real time to think about them. Oh, oh, better than needle. Oh, hey, Blackbird. Accurate? No. Oh shit, I was too busy. I'm not paying attention to what I was driving. It's fine though. Catch it up. Still got 6 kilometers to go. I'm gonna up if I hit truck again though. Oh. I'm playing with fire here. I keep getting way too close to these trucks. Go for bound? What? Gain speed to survive? What? What is this guy talking about? Are we secretly in speed? If I drop below 300 kilometers an hour, will my car explode? I hope not. Oh, fucking hell. Well, I didn't explode, so we're good. Oh, and they're fighting each other. They're fighting. Oh, I'm hitting every wall. There we go. Through. Too many things I don't understand, so I want to know what's important. Is that what he said? I don't even really know. $780, I could do. Repair a scrap GDR 32 body. Damn. They didn't even give him a fresh car. They give him. They fix up an old scrap for him. The me who met them is here. What? My present. Oh, okay. Having some weird internal monologue, I guess. I can't think of life not knowing them. What? Burrow's having some introspective monologue, but he's also making no sense. His R32 is also pretty slow. Here, I'm gonna stun myself by running. Damn, he got Flintstone's power. Okay, one thing I never understood about One Gun Midnight, actually, is everyone basically gets Akio to tune their cars for them, like, to do the setup. Like, he has a guy, like, there's another guy who actually does the setup changes to the car, but he sets the cars for them. He comes up with what needs to be changed on the setup, but, like, that seems kind of dumb, because he's gonna set up the way he wants it, not the way these people want it. But apparently it seems to work, so, Not in the endless relation either. Damn. They did think about taking it further. Reason to keep him in the story, I guess. Well, I mean, just the fact that he drives the Devil's Head is enough reason to keep him around, you know. Even if he is about as interesting as a wet piece of cardboard. But, damn, these two really are lovers. Too bad for Akio, but he's gonna leave after these next two races. Clearly tells me the game speed should be a nice victory. I see what you did there. I see what you did. Oh. You saw nothing. Oh, I absolutely ham-fisted that. Really. I guess one small announcement to make is, there very likely won't be any Friday live streams for the next couple of months. It was kind of a given already with the house stuff, but I'm just kind of confirming that. Because they were, while they were inconsistent, I feel like I was making them semi-regular. You know, there's at least like 1 or 2 a month. But, for the next couple of months, I'm pretty certain there won't be any. Yeah, you're not wrong there. But basically, at the moment, it's nearly guaranteed that the chance of like any extra content outside of these Tuesday races coming out is very slim. It was pretty slim before, but it's very slim now. The somewhat annoying thing is that just with the sheer amount of work that we need to do, we're not gonna be able to do all of it before we've properly moved in. So it's gonna be very much a work in progress over like the rest of the year, I guess, maybe even into next year, to get everything we want, or the vast majority of things we want done. Like, I do have plans to hopefully be able to get a nice space for myself where I can eventually build like a rig and everything. Like a proper rig. Maybe even get like a bit of a VR setup going on or something, I don't know. But like, you know, at least a proper rig alongside my PC and like workstation. Nice. But that's not gonna be for a long time, at least. Yes, the F1 turbine, the most redundant arc in this whole thing. Yeah, I think it's like an interim. It's probably going to be running with a pretty similar setup to what I have now, but with a little less space. So it'll probably just be a desk in my bedroom, with everything kind of shoved on top of it, which is fine. But obviously the bigger plans will have to wait for longer. Set of vendettas against myself. What? Bro has engaged himself in a war against himself. True mental quality. Accepts the G in all my body. Oh, okay, he's talking about car G's. This guy makes some of the weirdest comments. I can't tell how much of it is bad translation and how much of it is intentional, and I'm sandwiched. YouTube Shorts when? Probably never. Not really interested in making any short-form content. What's up with the fireworks? I don't know, they just do it sometimes. Oh, why are they slowing down? Guys, you're scaring me. Why are you slowing down? Oh, nope, they're coming back. Alright, I don't know what that was all about. Maybe it's New Year's Eve in Japan. Car couldn't hide its inner devil. Itchy. Yeah, I don't really know. If I was to do shorts, I don't really know what I'd want to do with shorts. Whether it's just... I mean, I guess theoretically the best thing to do is to just rehash small clips from my content and run those as shorts. Because, you know, the content's already been done. It's just taking small snippets of it and repurposing it. But at the same time, that is a little redundant for existing viewers, because I'm not really adding any value to them. I guess in some cases I might, because it might be like, hey, remember this thing that happened? But I don't know. It's not something I've dabbled with, so I don't really know. I also think the mobile sort of aspect ratio is kind of a pain as well. Because it adds a whole extra layer of things that you have to kind of think about. These options are not sharp in subfeeds. Superb high speed here. God, he came in like a rocket. Jesus. He's now trying to kill me. Blackbird? Why are you gonna be so rude? Wait. Out of here. Try and kill me. Oh. I hip checked that high ace, bloody hell. Actually, I guess we are. I'm not a guy who should not live in this place. What? Alright. And he's given up. Completely lost too much power. Damn, bro's gonna take off. Yeah, I love it. He's like, can't bring it to 300 kilometers an hour. If I gain speed, I will die. And then he gives up. Even though we're going 330, well, I'm doing 330, so he probably passed me at what, like 350? Bring it to an end here. If you don't end here, you won't understand. Damn. Akio be thinking he's Confucius or some shit, but in reality, he's just confused. But also, admittedly, given that, most of my content as of late has been live streams, combing through those to find shortable moments is something that I can't really be bothered to do. Like, if this was my job, then of course I would have time to sit through hours and hours and hours of live streams. To sift up bits and bobs, but it's not, and it probably never will be. So, at least not for the foreseeable future. I don't think. Even if this channel suddenly took off for some random reason, I don't think I could really justifiably risk the financial insecurity of being a content creator. At least for the next couple of years, I'd say. After then, who knows? CDDF recently started to do the same, downloaded streams and making clips then to test it, yeah. I wonder if he has monetization on his channel. I think he accepts channel members and like super chats and stuff, so I guess he does. Yeah. And I guess it's kind of a no-brainer. People want to support you, they can, and you get a nice bit of extra pocket change. Like, I think if I ever met the requirements again, I think I probably would turn it on too. I don't think I really give too much of a shit about it. Until the numbers started getting really big. Which they probably never will, but, you know. Besides the point, you know. If I got to a point where I could turn it on, I probably would. Just to have a little bit extra money in. Even if it's only like, I don't know, £5 extra a month or so. It's £5 I can spend on whatever the fuck I want, really. So. More disposable income, the better. Or even if I just put it in a savings pot for a rainy day. Which is probably what I would do. And yeah, here's a line with multiple incomes, so it's not something people recommend. Fair enough. See, I don't know how that would necessarily work these days. In some cases, better to not go for it. Yeah, I'm not sure how it would work these days with, like... Especially now that I'm a worker, with, like, taxes and all that. Because, I mean... Beforehand, when I first enabled monetization, I was like, what, I don't know. Because obviously the requirements were a lot lower back then. I was like, I don't know, like 15, maybe? 15, 16. So, like, I wasn't working, I wasn't earning any money. So I didn't really have to worry about tax or anything like that, because I wasn't going to earn it anywhere near enough. Well, I mean, I didn't. I only earned £1, which I is still sat in AdSense purgatory. But, you know, I wasn't going to make the money to start breaking the bank and have the tax man come knocking. For me hard-earned monies. Actually, I think it's, if you earn less than 12,500, you don't get taxed on it, so. It does, but if it's kind of just a side hustle, then, like, who cares? At least that's the way I see it these days. I remember when I had monetization enabled for that brief period of time, young me thought I could make it, and, well, with the abilities I had back then, hell no. Stability, safety, either way, they're down to a car's down. But, yeah, I tried back then, and obviously it didn't work out. But, I think that was good. Having the monetization killed off after, like, a year or so of having it, because it kind of just was like, yeah, you know, I should focus on just doing it because I want to do it, and do what I want to do, instead of thinking about what is maybe gonna get me clicks and views. So I pumped out a lot of rubbish back then that I kind of just did because I thought it'd maybe do something. A couple of them did, but I found that I started to flourish more when I just kind of did whatever the fuck I wanted to do. Let's see, because, you know, I started putting more care and effort into things. I mean, granted, back then they were things I wanted to do, but it wasn't things that I was as passionate about. But I think younger me just wasn't really as passionate in general. It was more disconnected and detached from a lot of things. wouldn't say I really started appreciating video games for what they are until I sort of became an adult. I do like to see a steady income. I mean, if you start depending on that steady money, on that extra wad of cash, then yeah. But if it's just like something that you just kind of shove in like a savings account and forget about, to just give you a bit of extra cushion for a rainy day, I don't think you really care. You know, if it's going to be different things to different people. And it all depends on how you budget and manage everything. But I am very safe. Or I try to be as safe as possible with my financial investments. So most of my money, I basically save as much money as I can, really. I do spend money on myself every now and then, obviously, but you'll very rarely see me spend a big chunk of money. And if you do, it'll be for a very long-term purchase, like the house. Like other things. I liked YouTube when I was younger. Nowadays it's a bit of... Okay, what should I do? I mean... Yeah, I definitely had a lot more ideas, I think, when I was younger, and did a lot more stuff. You know, I actually posted content somewhat regularly, outside of doing a weekly live stream. But I kind of kept trying to push myself into committing to things. Guess because how many different stuff you already did. Yeah. Yeah, I kept trying to push myself into committing to things, which was kind of pointless. That's why I'm still really bad at it, but that's why I try to not make promises unless I intend to fulfill them. Obviously that doesn't work out all the time, but yeah, I try to not set myself to any set schedule or whatever, because there's no point. I shouldn't push something out for the sake of pushing it out. I should push it out because I want to. But I guess, yeah, me and you, I guess, are kind of opposites in the sense that, yeah, you've already done a lot of stuff online with various communities and stuff throughout the years. I will not die. Random, but again, I wasn't really paying attention. I know this machine will overcome, alright. But, yeah, I kind of did it wasn't until, like, 2018, really. That was when I really started to get more involved in, like, being social on, like, Discord and stuff. Most of it was kind of just, like, on my own or with very small friend groups. Prior to that. So, like, I kind of just did a lot of stuff on my own. I still do a lot of stuff on my own these days, but I'm much more willing to share what I do, and I like to try and bring people along with me for the journeys of stuff I do now. And so, yeah, I guess I'm kind of trying to expand my horizons, whilst you already have to some extent. Racing games. I've been a racer, commentator, painter, organizer, some communities, now track builder. Again, yeah. Damn woman couldn't spot a Porsche. Things as distinct as they come. And apparently she is like miles ahead. And Akira has stolen Blackbird for some reason. Oh no, she's miles behind for some reason. Alright. The guy in that car, you can't see him anymore because he's miles ahead. Albeit Akira's being a roadblock right now. Get out of here. Chump. And it does lead to a bit of an interesting sort of point that I've seen from some people in like discussions that I've had. You know, a lot of people like they kind of become an adult stuff. You know, they get into the adult world, and then they kind of just talk about how they wish they want to go back to being like a child again. You know, where they could be more carefree and stuff. I don't know if I'm just weird necessarily, but I think I've come to appreciate everything a lot more now as an adult. And I definitely enjoy being an adult much more than back beforehand. It was kind of the main thing that I was sort of just longing for when I was younger. And it's like, yeah, this world is a piece of shit. And now that as I'm getting older, I'm realizing that more and more by the day, but you know, I'm now sort of completely free from the shackles of being a young person. You know, I don't have to do education anymore. Or I don't have to be in full-time education anymore. I don't have to live with my parents. I don't have to, you know, everything is by my own choice now. There is no, well, almost everything. There are still a lot of laws telling me things I can't do. But, there's no arbitrary restrictions held on me anymore. Also because you need money to do basically anything in this fucking world, and you don't really earn any of that until you're an adult. So which is also a pain. Gear. Man, so annoying. He's like, this bitch is annoying. Get her out of here. Guess it's not the car I want. What? Oh, I guess maybe she's referring to me. I don't know. I want to know more. Oh, I have no idea what she's on about now, actually. Anything been understood? No. No, it really hasn't. But yeah, kinda... I guess kind of, oh my god, fucking hell. Crashing into everything. I guess kind of growing up without really having, a Like, a lot. Oh, fucking hell. And we had a fair amount of stuff, but like... You know, I kind of grew to accept that we didn't have the money to give me everything I wanted as a kid. I think that's kind of really helped me in my later life to be more safe with money, but I guess in some regards that's a bad thing. It took my friends and even my parents months of convincing to convince me into buying the computer that I have now. Because I kind of got used to just not having what I want. Kind of got used to living with things that were a bit subpar. So it's like, now I have the money to, like, buy these things. It's like, I just don't even really think about it. In some regards, maybe I'm taking things too safe. And I should take more risks. But, you know, because, I mean, speaking, you know, people at work and stuff, you know, it sometimes feels like that they live more of a life than I do, because they're constantly throwing money at things and doing all this and that. This car's too slow, damn. But at the same time, like, I'm pretty satisfied with where I am at the moment. And I still haven't quite figured everything out yet, I don't think. Damn, they've literally stolen his car. Stealing and what? Stealing and adjusting the sentence. What does that even mean? So yes, he's just letting Rainer do the setup on the Blackbird, because that makes sense. Or Blackbird, Devil's Head, because that makes sense. Oh, actually, I guess this is where they... Yeah, this is the whole arc around the F1 turbines. They shoved that on Devil's Head, because Blackbird's like, nah, I don't want this. And they give it to Akio, and he's like, what the fuck is this? Why have you ruined my car? Yeah, that's what they call it. It's basically just a really big turbo. That's all it really amasses to, as far as I'm aware. But I think they put it on the Blackbird, and like, bro shits himself because he's like, this car's gonna take flight and I'm gonna die. So he gives it up, and then they're like, you know what? We'll just shove it in the Devil's Head without even asking Akio. I'm sure he'll be fine with it. He gets the car back, he is not fine with it. He's like, now my car is no longer analog. I hate you. Okay, he doesn't quite go that mad, but like... He gets, like, upset that they've, like, meddled with his car. And it doesn't quite feel the same as it used to. Yeah, it was, yeah. Yeah, they cut out a lot of stuff. But they kind of kept some of the important the main important bits between the Devil's Head and the Blackbird. Because that's kind of the main story, obviously. Albeit, I get the story of One Gun Midnight is very weird, because while it's mainly about the Devil's Head and Blackbird going at it, I feel like the side characters really take center stage. Like, every arc is about a different character, with a different story and a different ideology and a different car, rocking up to try and take on the two of them. They inevitably fail due to some bullshit and then bugger off back to where they came from. And that's kind of rinse-repeat One Gun Midnight in a nutshell. Oh, crap. But yeah, they sure cut a lot. So I think the anime ends with Kojima, with the FC. It's the FC, the Blackbird, and the Devil's Head going at it. But this goes on further. And I forget where it ultimately ends. We'll find out next week, I guess, because we'll do 80 to 100. But technically speaking, the story doesn't end at 100. Well, it does, but there's more. There's technically 10 more chapters to go, but they're bonus chapters. Non-canon. Hope. Is this embarrassing? Oh, bonk. Tuning bit before it, yeah. I guess they used a little bit of creative liberties, which is after that battle in this. Yeah, I'm pretty certain we've already been up against Kojima. I could be wrong. But I think we have. So. Trump will save me, but tonight won't last. It's ominous. But sure thing, woman. With a Gran Turismo movie? What did they do in the Gran Turismo movie then? I actually haven't seen it. Even though it's been out for what, like 2 years now? Oh yeah, I don't deny that. It's just more... It's never really crossed my mind to. As I kind of alluded to earlier, I really don't watch movies or TV anymore. Like, very rarely. Moved the Le Mans race after the Nords crash. Ah. But they also completely changed the Le Mans race, didn't they? Because... wasn't his outing at Le Mans in the you-know-what? The shitbox that was stuck being front-wheel drive and about 700 horsepower off where it should have been. Unless he had another crack at it in like an LMP2 or something like a year later and did a lot better, I don't know. But I mean, it makes more sense to have a better, or have that kind of be there as kind of a fitting finale to the story. And have the Nords crash kind of sit in the middle. Because obviously the Nords crash is a big down point. And obviously for like just kind of a story in general, it's good to have the down point kind of in the middle. And then you see how they kind of resolve that down point for a triumphant conclusion. At least in conventional storytelling. It's Hungary. Yeah, I remember you saying about that. But yeah, I basically spend all my free time playing video games, which I'm perfectly happy with. So I just don't really bother a lot of the time with going out of my way to watch movies or TV shows. I'd rather be sat around playing video games than doing those, because they're more active in general. Yeah, there's a lot of media that I haven't seen, like movies, TV shows, and whatnot. That in some regards I do kind of want to see, but it's not really high up on the list of things I want to do to put everything to one side and do that. It's kind of just whenever I can be bothered to get around of it sort of thing. Like, the only thing I watch TV-wise, really, is motorsport. And even then, that's only Formula 1 and IndyCar. And even then, I started to lose interest in Formula 1, so I haven't actually watched the last 2 races live. Partly because they were at stupid o'clock and I couldn't be bothered to wake up at those times on a Sunday. But also because I'm not really interested anymore. There hasn't really been anything interesting on track to keep me motivated to watch it live every race this season. I'll still be watching as much as I can of the IndyCar live, though. Because we get that, and IndyCar is good. But, Demir is a bit odd because they use current era cars with this GT7 and Fanatec DD product. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I remember seeing that. It makes sense, but it's not authentic to the story. I mean, the film isn't meant to be an authentic retelling of his story. You know, it's inspired by his story, so they can really meddle with it with creative liberties, and obviously from a marketing perspective, I mean, you'd be foolish to not use your latest game. You can be like, hey, look at how great Gran Turismo 7 is, you should buy it, wink wink, nudge nudge. Is your job at the package is a what if yet? Be showing a biopic ending. Oop. Accept myself. Accept this car. I don't, sorry, Blackbird. They show what happened IRL in the ending. I guess maybe that's a nice way to kind of tie it off, to be like, hey, this is what you've just seen, and this is what actually happened. Could also be an extra way to rub it in. Why not end this low-tier run? Damn. Blackbird throwing shade. nice, but it feels a bit rushed when watching it. I can imagine. Probably was rushed, even. Probably just shoveled it in at the last minute. I'm like, yeah, this will do. Yeah. I've heard from basically everyone it's a pretty decent movie. Yeah, it's not anything groundbreaking, but you're not gonna leave the movie thinking it was a bad usage of your time. At least that's the impression I've gotten from everyone. German bits are especially good. I'd hope so. Especially for a movie about a racing game. Because, you know, in theory, when you make racing games, your whole thing is to fake the look of cars racing. So if you couldn't move that convincingly into a film, then I don't know what to say, really. Use drones and actors in the cars. With this machine called car. Look straight ahead, no cheating. He was cheating before? Accio, how could you? Speaking of, I wonder how the, that Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 movie will pan out. I haven't heard anything about it. Besides, when they were driving Formula 2 cars around at Silverstone. Or hacked up Formula 2 cars at Silverstone, should I say. I expect it to be garbage. Probably. But I am intrigued. I will be surprised if it's not hot garbage. Because just like you, I don't have high expectations for it. But, you know, even if it is, be curious to see. I mean, it can't be as bad as Driven, right? Those words might come back to bite me, but I'm sure it can't be as bad as Driven. Albeit Driven did have some charm in how bad it was. So maybe it might be worse than Driven, if it takes itself too seriously, and is also bad. Being all the movies so you could point at it and laugh. Yeah. I think that's the thing. When you make a bad movie, there's two different ways you can do it. If you take yourself... Because if you take yourself really seriously and your movie is bad, then it's just gonna fail. Like, look at, like, Madame Web and shit like that recently that have just, like, completely bombed because they were terrible movies that people tried too hard on. And they tried to take things too seriously, and it's like, nope, this is just rubbish. But if you make a bad film and you don't take anything seriously, then you've just made a gold mine, really, because, you know, like, people will... It'll fall into the so bad it's good territory. The Room took itself seriously? I haven't actually seen The Room, besides the memes, obviously. But I think in that case, it's more that you can't take anything... Oh, fuck. Double whammy. I think in that case, it's more that you can't take any... Even though he might try and take himself seriously, I don't think you could take anything Tommy Wiseau does seriously. God, I'm miles behind. Come on, car. Get up to speed. catch up in the hard area. Alright, at least I got 20 kilometers to go. I can't tell if that guy's ever serious or not. But maybe that's what makes it... Maybe that's what's so endearing about him. Agile's lines are a bit off. Oh, is it? Oh, this is the race where Blackbird shits himself. Yeah, I forgot about that. He's like a character all the time. Some people are, though. I think it's an interesting thing that can happen. If you play a character so much, you eventually kind of become that character, whether you like it or not. Like, some people do end up sort of becoming fully consumed by their characters. I can't remember who it was, but I do remember someone who was kind of like a parody character of a lot of things. You know, because he played that parody character so much for so long, it kind of started to take over his ideas and opinions, and what first was satire kind of slowly turned into, like, genuine beliefs, and it was like, okay, yeah, this man's lost his marbles. It's like, first of all, he was just saying stupid shit. Now he's saying stupid shit and he actually believes it. Have you seen his Joker videos? For what? Tommy Wiseau? No. I don't really keep up to date with what he does. But I can assume they're probably terrible. But I remember reading in a little bit to, this, I think he's from Hong Kong? Filmmaker from Hong Kong? Called, oh shit! Not called Oh Shit. I think his name was, like, Godfrey Ho or something like that. And, like, he basically defined plagiarism in movies. He did do some good pieces of work, but he made so many low-budget plagiarized movies over the years that just straight up reused random footage and stuff that he didn't even have the licenses for, but because this was back in, like, the 70s and 80s, he got away with it. Even he doesn't know how many films he's made, which is pretty fucking hilarious. Oh my god, that R2. Ooh. But the only reason I knew he existed was because, he did that really terrible ninja film. But the guy turns around at the end, he's like, oh, there you go. Blackbird twitched, he's now given up. He's like, I am the champion, the ninjas, and he just walks away whilst, like, really triumphant music plays, and that's the end of the movie. He did the interrogation scene for the Dark Knight and actually was not bad. Huh. Interesting. That race, there's no meaning, that's why we live. Damn. Akio, I know you're basically a cardboard cutout of a human being, but surely you live for more. It's what the exhaust says, yep. When I listen to my car's exhaust, it recites The Art of War by Sun Tzu. Oh. Safety, what's that? It may be dangerous depending on how far you go. Thanks, Kitami. I'll keep that in mind. That safety is merely a suggestion. C2. Alright, Ghost Battle. Oh, right. Yeah, it's the Ashida arc next. Because for some reason they put him really fucking late in the game. Whew. Bloody hell. I think he's, what, 720? I guess I'll copy. It's pretty quick. I think this guy's definitely one of the best ghosts that they have out of the 2000 set. I think his ghost on pretty much every track that I've faced him on is pretty decent. Oh. Downshifted one too many times. Oopsie. Closing up. I'm gonna block you. Hit by T, Payday 3's early build got leaked. Oof. Even more of a kick in the teeth, I guess, for Payday 3. As much as I really haven't played Payday much in, like, years, it sucks that Payday 3 bombed as hard as it did. But no one to blame but the dev studio themselves for their own greed and incompetence. They sunk what was a beloved franchise into the ground. 800D. This sounds like it could be juicy. That room scooper's cuss, and he's killed me. Bastard. Oh my god, ended up making a stream where they played and discussed the build. I guess after the leaks, the developers went and played it themselves. I guess it's a pretty wise move. I'm crashing into fucking everything at the moment, bloody hell. What am I doing? Yeah, it's a pretty smart move, I think, for damage control. It's like, oh, this early build got leaked? Why not? Let's show it off. Be like, hey, this is what we did. Oh, he bunked the wall. Perfect. I wonder if Payday 3 will ever recover, though. Because sometimes, as they say, time heals all wounds. And eventually, if the devs give enough of a shit, they might turn things around and... Well, they'll never build what they could have had. Well, they'll never get the audience they could have had. They might be able to scrape up a comfortable enough audience to keep them going on. I do somewhat doubt it too, but I need to work on it for a year by contract. But who's to say they're gonna drop it after that year is up? They might want to keep going. Unless they've explicitly stated somewhere that they're like, nah, we don't want to do this no more. I mean, in like an opposite story, the MCC, well, Microsoft pulled the plug on the MCC for getting more updates. Even though the dev team were willing to keep working away at it. But Microsoft bitched because we told them to fuck off when they asked if they could add microtransactions to MCC. Which I found that kind of funny, that whole statement they put out about it, because it was like... It was almost like they're trying to make us feel bad for being like, no microtransactions. Beta 2 still buggy to the point where I might need to put it on hold for a few months and come back later and remod it. That bad, huh? Jesus. It's not good. Oh, shit. I guess that is one problem with a lot of these platforms like Steam and whatnot. Or like, I guess just digital platforms in general. Is that, you know, developers can just kind of force an update on you whenever they like, really. And whether you want that update or not is, not really down for you to decide. In some cases, they will allow you still to play older versions of the game. Before they were killed, Volition actually broke Saints Row 4. They did some, like, really stupid update to it. I think they released it on the Switch or something. And so they did some update to the PC version to upgrade it to a version of the game that was worse than the current version of the game that we had. And obviously people kicked off such a stink about it, they were like, okay, fine. We'll put up the version that you used to have as a beta on, like, the beta thing. So you can go and choose it. So you can still keep playing the game as it was. I'm not playing it specifically to make sure it crashes less. What game is this? In the Crime Spree. Oh, and Payday 2. Oh, okay. Yeah, I figured that when you said Crime Spree. Yeah, it sucks. That being said, sometimes I think it's best for developers to just leave games alone. Of course, eventually, every game is going to need some DLC to keep it running as systems continue to evolve and whatnot. Like, you know, there are a lot of old games out there that run like complete shit on new systems. Unless you have the capabilities to be able to mod it. Or do some specific tweaks. But, you know, on one hand, it sucks. Because, you know, you want to keep playing these games and whatnot. But on the other hand, I'm fine with the developers not touching the game anymore. And, you know, usually, if the game is good enough and has a decent community around it, they'll just come up with a solution themselves anyway, so... It would be nice to have an easier, more wholesale way to do it, but... You know, in some cases. But, take what you can get, I guess. Oh, shit. Throw it down in 4 again, if I can... Sure, it better not have touched it in 5 years. Maybe. Might be worth a shot. Now, remember that the story is... that the story is, man, the optimization is bad. Sounds about right. from what I remember of Fallout 4. Oh, I'm squeezing an advantage. Haha. I just built settlements and download mods to be busy a couple 100 hours, but it'd still be meh. Oh, God. Haha. GD Wing 3D. See that? It's a 3D wing. Oh. I put the flat wing back on it, because I accidentally removed it. And so we're back to the default spoiler. Just that. Could also go no wing. Oh, well. Guess the game's chosen for us. Back to the straight wing we go. It's the GD one that's kind of silly. 3D, no sprites. Yeah, totally. No, they just mean that, like, the wing isn't completely flat and it kind of curves. That's all they mean. $680G? Oh, I'm at 660G. Oh well. Doesn't matter too much. The actual folder for sprites for this game, though, is disgusting. Because, like, there's like 800 files in it, and there's no folders. It might be more than 800, it might be like 1,000 even, I think. There's like 1,000 different sprites that they have in that folder, and none of them are organized into like specific subcategories and stuff, so you just have to sift through these like hundreds and thousands of files to find like the one you want. And even then, some of them are really laid out and labeled confusingly, so because I could get Cyberpunk, but man, that game that never gets a deep discount. Does it not? I thought it used to go on sale for 50% pretty often, but I guess maybe that's not as deep as you were looking for. Because it's still like, what, I think? It's probably still like 30 bucks or so on sale. I think I bought it for my brother at like 20 quid or so. And then he like never played it. So that was a waste of money. Also just like Minecraft used to be, I guess. But instead of being like a... oh, fucking hell. Instead of being what was a small indie project, you know, it was built by a big corporation off the get-go. I mean, I guess they were like, hey, and nobody's ever going to crack open the arcade cabinet to look inside the files. So we can make them as messy as we want. Because they're also in, like, an encrypted archive. But, like, once you, like, decrypt and extract that archive, it's a fucking mess. Ooh. Right on my chuff. I win. Suck it, Jenny. German base game is 60, DLC is 30, even the base is 50% off, you still pay 60. Oh, right, yeah, because of the DLC. I haven't bought that yet, I don't think. Or have I? I actually don't remember. I want to say I didn't, but I might have done. Totally not taking a peek at my Steam library as we talk through this. I do? Apparently I do. I'm pretty certain I was meant to do a playthrough, like... I was meant to restart and do another playthrough, like, ages ago, and I just never got around to doing it. I think I need to clean up my install anyways, because I installed some, like, basic mods that I'm pretty certain are broken now after all of these updates, so... Fun. What was that title? That's what, 760? Yeah. I want to see that title again, though. Months pay for an engagement ring. What? Oh, 3 months pay for an engagement ring. What the hell? Looks like Fallout 4 Steam is still getting updates, so I assume modding's out of the question. I think the updates have slowed down for now. I'm not sure, though. I haven't really kept on anything Cyberpunk related in a while. Yeah, I think they offered some, like, initial discount for, like, the DLC or something, so I think I bought it then. Because I think there was a Steam sale going on around that same time, so I think back then maybe I just threw a wad of money at my Steam account and was like, I'll buy a couple of things. Because I remember they were saying that, like, it was... They were bug fix focused. Yeah, one of the problems with a lot of the Cyberpunk updates, especially the recent ones they did, at least around when Phantom Liberty, I think the ones that will be coming out now will be smaller, but the past few updates leading up to Phantom Liberty were basically like major tweaks and overhauls to specific game systems. So it was kind of just like, yeah, we recommend you just like restart the game. And it's like, shucks. Especially the 2.0 update, I think they called it, that came out with Phantom Liberty. They overhauled a lot of stuff for that update. And as far as I'm aware, the general consensus is like, to actually be able to use all this stuff properly, you're better off just like starting the game from scratch. I don't know if they have any other updates planned like that, but well, I thought it's adding paid content with 2077. It's gameplay tweaks even with the 2.11 update. Probably is. They're always tweaking something. Shit. Am I able to catch it? I'm not sure. Maybe not quite. Oh, wait, corner. This might do it for me. Get just enough. Come on! Ah, I think I just lost. No! So we got a +0 and a -0. It doesn't matter anyways, I guess. We still got the point. So I can get some shitty Yokohama rims that I'm not going to put on this car. I don't look too bad. Yeah, I do intend it at some point to eventually get back and do a proper playthrough of Cyberpunk, because they never actually got around... Oh, oops. I never actually got around to finishing the game. And obviously how this latest update is, it's like I gotta start again. Oh yeah, I totally agree. That's why I stopped playing AMS2. Because every update would like change everything, and it was kind of annoying. Especially given with like the fact that sim racing games usually require more overhead setup than most games. Like, you know, in terms of setting up all your hardware, your force feedback and everything. And the fact that I had to basically go through that all again at every update and check everything was okay after every update, it's just like, I can't really be bothered. Which is one thing I have appreciated about kind of being behind the party a bit in terms of video games. Bloody bastard. Blocking. Is that, you know, I get to play video games after they're already complete. Granted, I get to miss out on that. I've missed out on a lot of games' primes, which means I'll never be able to truly experience them how they were once intended to be, but is what it is. Can't have everything. Here's a new time model 5 cars. See you next time. We'll do the same for another 5 cars, yeah. I think it's kind of just a problem with modern gaming in general, though. I remember Austin did a pretty good video on it, where he sort of... It was specifically labeled around sim racing in his case, but I feel like it really applies to basically all modern games, especially live service games. Just like, video games these days really do feel like an eternal science project. The updates never really stopped coming. Not until like years and years after release. And a few of those updates will change significant portions of the game. For the better or for the worse, but either way, it's still changing the game up from what it originally was. Sometimes they can add in very terrible surprise. Ow. Sometimes they can add in very bad surprises that you don't want. Come on, get back. Just like Tekken with its... First it's like, hey, here's a microtransaction shop. Then like a couple of weeks later it's like, oh, by the way, we're also adding a battle pass. Fuck you. But Bandai Namco shit the bed because they're stupid, so... But that's kind of the annoying thing of gaming these days. We have to suffer for the failures of the companies. GD7's launched too, yeah. And it just, like... I don't know. Every time I see a battle pass appear in a game, it kind of kills my interest in said game, to be honest. I really don't like battle passes as a progression thing. But they're, like, everywhere these days. Because they have no respect for your time or money. Usually it's one or the other. But battle passes don't have respect for either. And that's what I really hate about them. Well, there's a lot of things. There are lots of different facets that I really hate about battle passes. I just think they just kind of ruined the game experience for me. In basically every game that they were added in. And even in games with better battle passes, they still suck because there could have been a better alternative. Case in point, the Master Chief Collection. It has a battle pass in quotation marks, But in a sense, it's basically just a tiered point shop. You earn points for playing the... You earn, like, points of playing the game, and you can spend 1 point to unlock one thing. And there's, like, 8 different battle passes that you can progress through in whatever order you want. And you can go through the items on each page in whatever order you want, but you have to do them sequentially in the pages. But what they could have just done is just stuck everything in a point shop and been, hey, go and buy whatever the hell you want. Now, I think the problem is with the system. It's a terrible system. The system is designed to not respect your time or money. Because there are better ways, even, as I said, even good battle passes, there are simply better ways to implement the same content into the game and the same progression. Like I said, if the MCC took out the, like, faux battle pass they have and just put everything in, like, a point shop where you could just, where you could just see everything and buy whatever you want when you want with the points you've accumulated, it'd be better than what the silly tiered malarkey that they have. Where it's like, I have, just to unlock one item, I have to unlock like 5 tiers of 10 random items. So that I can then buy that one item from one specific tier. And it's like, well, what's the point? They're all there to just try and drive player attention. And gouge money out of you. Helldivers 2 do? I don't know. I've heard its battle pass system isn't bad, but again, I hate battle passes in general, so even if it's a good battle pass in quotation marks, there's likely still a better way those things could have been done. I also hate the concept of, like, rotating shops as well. Which is another thing a lot of modern games do, where it's like, oh yeah, here's like a shop where you can buy things. But every couple of weeks we'll rotate the items out. Like, everything is just kind of geared to keep you logging into the game and trying to drive FOMO. And I hate it. They're trying to make you, like, in a sense, a slave to the game. Blowing all your time and money into it. And it's like, I should be allowed to sell my soul to a game, but if I want to, you know? And whenever I interact with shops, everything was there to buy, I would, because then I could just buy what I want when I want. If you want a prime example of how annoying that system can be, without having to spend any real-world money, go and play Gran Turismo for the PSP. It has that same system. Admittedly, Gran Turismo PSP is pretty bad in general, because there is no real progression system. But, it's kind of just a repetitive grind, and the only way you can get cars... Or, like, every 2 in-game days, which is 2 races, the shop will rotate, and there'll be a random list of manufacturers that will appear with a random selection of cars. It's not quite random, if I remember correctly. There is a pattern to it, but you can go forever without seeing certain cars appear in the shop. And so the game almost pressures you into being like, shit, I want, like, say, a Pagani Zonda. I've now got to go and do some really long, boring, tedious-ass race that I don't really want to do just so I could scrape up enough money to buy this car, because it might go away and not come back for a very long time, if at all. I played Need for Speed World? I did too, but I played it so long ago that, like, I don't really remember anything about it. Like, in terms of, like, the nitty-gritty. I haven't been back to it since it shut down. They did the same thing in that game. And you can probably attest that it sucks. I don't like it. I don't mind things being locked from you in the shop, and as you progress through the game, naturally they unlock, which is what a lot of games do. But having just like random items rotating out for the sake of FOMO, stupid. Hate it. The way it was handled was terrible. I mean, you can soften the blow, but it'll never take away from the fact that just having everything available to buy is a better system. Or it is a nicer system to have, I should say. Better is subjective, because if you're talking about driving player retention, obviously, having everything being able to buy is technically worse. Because I would not bought if it was always available. But that's the problem. FOMO pressures you into buying things that you otherwise maybe wouldn't. Because you might want it, but it may never come around again. You know? And that's a bad thing to have. From the player's perspective. You should not feel pressured into getting anything in a video game. If you don't want it, you don't get it. Simple as. And if it was always available, if you're on the fence, then you can leave it there for however long you want to. And maybe one day you'll eventually decide, fuck it, I'll buy it. But you shouldn't need to be pressured into doing that. But I'm saying that's the system itself. The system is designed. Limited time shops and battle passes are directly designed to induce FOMO. That is the entire point of them. They wouldn't exist otherwise. That is my point. They literally would not exist. Oh, battle passes, on the flip side, it's to waste your time. Because they can remove FOMO from a battle pass, but it's still a waste of time. But a limited time rotating shop only exists for FOMO. There is no other reason for it. See, even if it's like, I don't know, say like the shop rotates every like 2 months or so, and there's a load of items stocked in the shop, then it's like, okay, you've got plenty of time to buy them, but there's still a time where it will be gone. So there's still that nagging feeling in your head that, maybe eventually this will be gone, and I might not be able to get it again, at least for a very long time. You know? Because if you make a limited shop without limited time, or like a reduced down shop without limited, you've basically just made a really shit shop, because it's like, oh yeah, you can't buy most of the things. It's a bit dumb. that's kind of one of the things I really hate about modern games, is we're kind of having to accept things sucking slightly less than they could, when it's like, there are better things available, there are better methods available than what's being used. But because everyone is stooping to the same shitty lows, we're now being like, this game is the lesser of two evils, therefore this game good. And it's like, no, we shouldn't be praising this game for being less shit than its rival. Well, in some regards we should, but if it's still shit, it's still shit, and it still should be rightfully called out on it. Yeah, like I said, the Master Chief Collection has probably the most fair and non-FOMO battle pass you can get. I still don't like it because it's still an inferior experience that's designed to waste my time compared to just a basic shop. You know? Because essentially that's what they have. It's just a really poorly formatted point shop. Played MCC and dropped dead, nothing to do with the progression. I mean, the battle pass is kind of irrelevant anyways, but it's a thing that's there. You know, it's extra incentive to play. Actually, yeah. Well, it doesn't give you any advantage or anything. It's all just cosmetic stuff. But it sucks because it does overwrite the cosmetic systems that they had in the original games. Like Halo Reach, it had a shop, you know, where you could just buy things. Of course, you had to unlock some things, but you could just buy things. You know, Halo 3 had a lot of really creative challenges to unlock things. Now it doesn't. I think in Halo 3 they just unlocked everything from the get-go, actually. Oh no, that's in Reach, sorry. One of the two. One of the two they locked a lot of the stuff behind the Battle Pass, I forget which one. My players very man, no team balancing, for example. I had fun with what little of the multiplayer I played, but I'm not a very big multiplayer person. At least in terms of like playing with like random people. Outside of sim racing, but then again, sim racing only really do it in like smaller groups, so... Or like more tight-knit groups, I guess, rather than smaller. Oh, you almost pushed me into that truck, bloody hell. But no, I like the MCC for what it is. It's not perfect, sure, but I think it's good enough. And of course it also depends on what games you've played, because every game is different. Some games have different things than the others. I see by now very inflated. Applies to jump because the group I played with, the 2 in solos were toxic. Yeah, I mean, I dropped it for similar reasons. Now I have even less incentive to go back, though, because they've changed the game up so much and kind of taken away from what I... Oh, shit. Oh, well, I should be fine. Taken away from what I felt made the game so interesting and special in the first place, but... Meh. I get to play any modern arcades online that I care to play online? What do you mean by that? Oh, arcade racing games. I mean, arcade racing games have been pretty mediocre for a long-ass time, so I don't blame you. You're furious what the computer sim on the run that I'm listening to babbling in the middle of the night. Well, thanks for the free viewer retention. Amazing. I haven't really seen any good arcade games release really as of late. Ones that I'd say is worth sinking a lot of time into. Sorry, I couldn't rally him up earlier. Damn. It's all a ruse. I don't know. I hate modern games because I want to enjoy modern games, but they all kind of suck. So that's pushing streams up, really engages the viewers, watch for hours and hours. Hell yeah. So then come and watch my low effort content. Love it. That being said, I put more effort in than some people who do this shit for a living, so... Not that that's a hard bar to clear, because I at least actually invent my own stuff and don't just steal things from others. Heat was good, Grid Legends was fine, Unbound was mad but enjoyable. I've played all three of those as well. And ironically, I think I enjoyed Unbound the most. I'd maybe have to go back to it and, like, play it again to maybe see if my opinions have changed. But, I don't know. Grid Legends was fine. Kind of like you put. But, like, it's just fine. It really didn't inspire me to keep playing. It's a video game that exists that doesn't completely suck, but it's also kind of just boring. I didn't really have any interest in playing it beyond what little I played through EA Play. And Need for Speed Heat, I'll be honest, I didn't really like it. I thought it was pretty boring. I haven't played it all the way through, granted, but I lost interest pretty quickly and stopped playing. This wasn't really jiving with me. Unbound's story was awful, but I thought the rest of the game was reasonably fun. It was a bit grindy and repetitive, but it's a fun game. Nobody wants to play it. Yeah, it kind of does end up like that a lot of the time. Word of mouth isn't enough. It depends. It can be. But, you've got to do it right. And also, the product that is... Have I played it or thought about playing it? I have thought about playing it. Have I played it? No. The issue is I see Flat Out 2 in trailer, and I didn't really enjoy Flat Out 2, so... And I'll be honest, presentation-wise, I feel like... Oh yeah, it's not the same game, but that's kind of what when I look at it, that's kind of what I feel. So like, you know... But I'll be honest, I don't think the presentation of Trailout looks particularly great either. Like, obviously, it's a very small studio, and it's a bit of a passion project, but I feel like it does look a little rough around the edges. But, like, there's some... Oh, fuck. I didn't crank up the whole spot. There's some games that, like, do look and play rough, but, like, it's kind of part of the charm, but I don't know, I didn't really get that sort of feeling with Trailout. Like, the terrible voice acting, I guess. But I just kind of the way the game looks. And back to Flat Out to finish it. It's a game made by like 3 people. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, not to knock them or anything, but I don't know, it just doesn't... The presentation of the game doesn't make me think, ooh, this looks very good. Play LFM? LFS. Yes, but it's a very different product, made in a very different way. So, it's not really comparable. That's what I'm saying. I'm not factoring in the scale of the dev team or anything. Like, that doesn't matter. I'm just saying the overall presentation of the game doesn't really do anything for me. I couldn't even really tell you what it is I originally saw in Live for Speed. I guess I just looked at it and was like, ah, this is a cool old sim game, but it's cheap. Or, well, I guess the demo was free. LFS's presentation is very basic too. I mean, basic wasn't really what I was getting at. But Live for Speed has the benefit of being 20 years old plus. I'm also kind of a... Yes, because you're more tolerable for it having weaker presentation. Or, like, not looking as good. Like, seeing that seeing your driver model is basically just, like, a few blocky polygons. It's like, whatever. 2003. So... Well, it's based off of a 2003 system, so... Yeah, but, I mean, they have actually done some UI updates over the past years. They haven't been major overhauls. Actually, they did do a pretty big overhaul in the main menu screen, showing up online events, which is a pretty nice touch. And they added the whole new menu for mods, and they added some... additional minor tweaks to some of the menus. But for the most part, I think the menus that they have are pretty fine. So... channel uses your garage as the main menu, check notifications, your phone while your character's sitting down and watching it, for example. I mean, yeah. I don't really have a good way to describe it. But like, yeah, I really can't think of a good way to put it into words that would make sense. But it's kind of just that, like, budget sort of unit, like, sort of, like, semi-realistic graphics that it just doesn't really do it for me these days. Things end up looking kind of weird. Finish start as in early gridded games or F1 games, pretty much what people get nostalgic about. Yes, but the difference is that in Grid and the F1 games, there was a lot more budget put behind it. Also, those had a lot more marketing. I should have bumped the horsepower up again. Oh, it doesn't matter. I'm still doing good enough even without it. But I don't know. I just look at trailer, I look at the price tag, and I'm just like, eh. I'm sure it's not a terrible game, but it doesn't pull me in enough to be like, yeah, I want to buy it and play it. Is it a good game? Probably. But there are shitloads of good games out there that I haven't played and probably never will play. It's a simple fact. I don't know, combat races in general are a bit of a weird subject for me. I'm not really sure how I feel about them in general. Of course, it's more on the tame side, I guess, of combat races, because there aren't, like, you know, it's more about just, like, ramming people than, like, blowing them up with guns and power-ups and shit. But, how much is it again? I haven't looked at the price. But need I remind you, I am very stingy. I only bought Need for Speed Heat recently because it was £2. I wouldn't have bought it otherwise. €17? Eh. I don't know, that feels a little sharp for me. Again, though, as I said, I am a stingy fuck, so... Compared to what? I don't know. It just feels... like a lot of money. Some dark NPC lines here. Yeah, some of these NPCs really come up with some dumb... or some, like, really weird stuff. I think there's one guy who's... is it this guy? No, it's not this guy. There's a guy who's, like, a racer's end is when he kills himself, and it's like, what the fuck? I mean, I guess he's not entirely wrong. That if you just go crazy, you'll eventually just kill yourself from, like, a bad crash or whatever, but, like, could have worded it a lot better. Damn, she changed cars quickly. Oh no, wait, it's a different person. They just look basically the same. Never mind. I'm playing a game and having fun, yeah. Ooh. Third gear maybe wasn't the wise choice. Struggling up that hill. Cheaper than Flat Out Ultimate Carnage, which is €19. BeamNG is 21. I mean, I wouldn't buy Flat Out Ultimate Carnage at €19 either, so... And I don't remember what I bought BeamNG at. I bought it a very long time ago. Flat Out 4 is 29. Yeah, I'm not going to buy Flat Out 4 either. But Flat Out Ultimate Carnage actually recently got a pretty huge update, I think. To, like, the collected... Actually, nope, never mind. I just remembered. We price checked it. I remember me and a friend, and the price is the same as before the update. It's actually slightly... The game became slightly cheaper with the collector's edition, which makes no fucking sense. It was only by like 50 pence or so, but... Dirt Rally 2 base game is €20. I bought Dirt Rally 2 Game of the Year edition for like £5. Because Codemasters did a huge sale. You lose. Do I really, though? And so I bought it. I think they do them relatively regularly, actually. At least they used to. I mean, I got it on Steam. Yeah. But, yeah, they did a big... On one of the sales on Steam, it was down to like £5 for Game of the Year, so I was like, yoink! I'll take that. Obviously, it's cheaper for people iffy when I mention that. I mean, yeah, key sites are kind of iffy in general. I try to not use... Or, yeah, I tried to use them as little as possible. I have on a couple of occasions, like I bought R-Factor 2 from it, from, like, Gav's suggestion. Because fuck no was I paying £25 for R-Factor 2. £2. Now we're talking. But no. Oop. Interesting move from Gatchin. Trailer as a free demo. Okay. Based. Not many games have demos. And it pains me. I don't know, maybe if I feel like playing it, I guess now I know there is a demo. I don't think I'd ever really looked at it too deeply beforehand, so... But I mean, yeah, if I played a demo and I really enjoy it, then yeah, I would maybe say it would be worth the full 17 buckaroos. Oh, well, euro, he said. But when a game is a unknown quantity to me, or a mostly unknown quantity, I like to get it for as cheaply as possible. Through legitimate avenues. I mean, some of my favorite games of all time I have bought for literal peanuts. I mean, the original Deus Ex, for example, it's not even that expensive. Out of sale. I bought it for like 60 pence. I was like, yep, I'll take that. Then I played it and I was like, damn, this game is fucking good. LMU is like 40 euros, maybe? It's a lot of money. More money than I could be bothered to spend on it. Hence why I didn't buy into it. I also had zero faith in motorsports games. Oh, well. I guess Studio 397 really took the lead on LMU, but it's still a motorsports games game. So I was worried they were going to have their hand in the pot meddling around with shit. It seems like it's released and it's pretty good, but... I don't really care too much about a WEC-specific game. Much of it, I wouldn't mind driving the hypercars and stuff. Get a bit much for updated RF2, yeah. Wreckfest in comparison, base is 12, complete is 22, trail out 17, complete is 27, so only €5 difference. Yes, but Wreckfest is a much more known quantity, made by a studio of a much higher reputation. So people are going to be more willing to spend more money on it. Single player is boring? Yeah, I mean, basically anyone only really plays Wreckfest online. I noticed I think they've reset progression on Wreckfest at some point over the last couple of years. Because I remember having, like, a reasonable amount of progression in the story. But when we did that thing with Sticky over the New Year's like Wreckfest bash thing with Sticky, I had no progress anymore, and I was like, huh. I know they changed a lot since I last played. Single player doesn't save. Oh, what, to like the cloud, I guess? You progress. Oh. Yeah, so no Steam cloud saving. That's pretty fucking dumb. But that kind of killed Wreckfest for me outside of playing online. Because, like, yeah, I had played a good chunk and then it was just gone. And I was like, can't really be bothered. I can't remember how much I bought that for. Probably on discount as well. That might mean I still have my save file lingering around somewhere. Am I playing on wheel? No. On controller. On my very legitimate cabinet. Actually, as a fun fact, there were some... I don't remember where the person found these images from, but I remember seeing images someone had found from like when this specific game was actually in development, and they did actually use controllers to test it before they built all the sort of arcade hardware properly for it. Which actually is kind of funny because they could have just used the arcade hardware from the prior games, as I'm pretty certain they all run on a similar board. So, like, I don't really see why they couldn't have just done that, but... I guess maybe they had that as a more convenient setup. Also stupid, you need to find out progression there. Yeah, yeah. That kind of also killed my motivation of doing it again. That's why my throttle control is terrible. Because I'm playing on controller. You do kind of need throttle control here. To obviously get around the corners a bit better. Wreckfest is 50% off currently. Oh. The trailer is way cheaper in comparison. But I don't know. I think there's a lot more than just looking at similar games to have a perception of worth. I mean, everyone will have a different perception of what something is worth. And, well, as you know, I am a cheap fuck, so... A lot of things are too much. A lot of things look like they're too much money for me. I mean, that's another reason why I don't like modern games, is because they cost $60 for a game that then fucks you in the ass and asks for more money. And it's like, I'm not gonna pay full price for a game that's just gonna give me a subpar experience. Didn't want to take 3 out of 2 key levels of cheap. Okay, there is... I mean, it's kind of a... I don't know, I don't like taking free stuff when that could be going to someone who would put it more to use. Because as I said before, you know, I am in a relatively lucky position to be, you know, I'm not like rich or anything, but I have a comfortable cushion of money that I could realistically throw at whatever the fuck I want, you know, each month. My job affords me that luxury. So, yeah, I could buy all these games at full price if I wanted to. But I just choose not to. Because I don't have to. Yeah, that's why I didn't buy up at the full price. I still went for like the same key that I would have just gotten for free. But I just paid for it with my own money instead. And I mean, that turned out to be a decent investment in the end. Even though I only do I only do that one race a week. I'm having fun with it, and I'm still steadily ticking up the hour clock, so... And I mean, yeah, because I have found worth in the game, I have picked up a couple of... Oh. We're back, I think? Not quite sure what happened there. OBS just told me I was disconnected. I don't know why that happens sometimes. It's completely arbitrary. I'm also now playing the game through the OBS window for some reason. I was just kind of staring at OBS, and now that the game is... everything's back fine, I'm just still have it in front of my face. Still thought you were running too much. Probably. Yeah, I don't know. Ultimately, though, my decisions of what content I interact with is mostly just based off of random impulses. So maybe one day, who knows, I'll just get sudden itch to play Trail Out, and then I'll go and play the demo, and then I'll decide from there whether or not I want to buy it. But until then, I'm probably not going to buy it anytime soon. And even when I do get random impulses sometimes, I'm like, oh yeah, I want to do this. And then I go and look at it and I'm like, maybe not. Especially when there's money involved. Speaking of game keys, though, or kind of rolling back to game keys, I don't know if you guys saw it, but I did see a pretty interesting video a few weeks back, talking about a guy who he went and bought like some keys from a key site for his own indie game, and found out that they were all stolen from like Steam curators would ask him for like a bunch of keys. He'd willingly oblige, and then they'd go and like basically put all the keys up on key sites. Well, they'd sell them up to key sites. It just feels a bit of gentler to talk down and stuff when you yourself refuse to engage with it. I don't know. Maybe, but in some regards, there are some things that I just don't like on a conceptual level, and no way of handling it will change my opinion on that. And sometime, I don't know. I had a friend explain to me a bunch of stuff about Helldivers 2, and it kind of just made me less interested in the game. I was like, I don't really care. So, like, I think, you know, like, can you look past those specifics? What do you mean? I mean, if I could look past it having a battle pass system, I'd be playing the damn game. Well, I don't know. I was never really overly... Well, I don't have anything against the actual concept, like the main sort of concept and premise of the game. It didn't really set off any alarm bells inside me being like, you must buy this. But the more I learned about the game, the less interested I became. Like, I already wasn't particularly interested. Again, not that the game is bad. You know, I've only heard the opposite, that the game is amazing. But it just wasn't really tickling any interests. And then those interests, well, any interest that may have sprouted up were kind of just, well, maybe not necessarily gunned down, but they were kind of put down. I have, yeah. I've spoken with friends about it, because, you know, I have, you know, it's a very popular game right now. And friends do, you know, they have played and do thoroughly enjoy it, and they have shown me gameplay, and they have spoken it with me. Spoken it with me? That's fucking terrible English. Spoken about it with me. And that's why I learnt about some of these things, and I'm like, wow, this kind of sounds shit. Maybe not shit, but like, enough to sink my interest levels. Enough to not make me want to purchase it. I don't know. I'm just very jaded to new releases in general. I think. Because every time I have picked up a new release, it's kind of ended up disappointing me in one way or another. And these days, people talk about things being less sucky, rather than being groundbreaking and innovating. It's like, wow, this game doesn't do the insanely stupid and predatory things that other games do. Or it does, but not to the same extent. You know, it's like thanking a serial killer for not killing you, but only chopping your leg off. It's like he still caused harm to you. You're not dead, sure. So there could be worse outcomes. But it's still not an ideal outcome. Of course, it's a very extreme analogy, but you kind of get my point. I don't like these systems, and I think they harm my enjoyment of video games. But you know, so like, just because it's not as bad as a game that is disgustingly horrible in the way it does things, doesn't mean it's good. It doesn't mean that there aren't better alternative methods of doing the same thing that would alleviate these problems from ever existing in the first place. Maybe, but it just reminded, it was, I'd seen a video recently where they used a similar analogy. I think talking about the same topic. So that was just kind of what popped into my head. Like I have a message super schedule, so at night times it's fun. I have a Twitch recommends and never type in chat, so I can't avoid seeing the game. Yeah. I mean, if you want a good example of a modern game, oh. So good can be good, but if it has one universal meh thing, it's not worth to engage with it. Well, it depends on what that can be. Because, yeah, I think in some cases, some of these things can really stifle good games. A good example of this is, as I kind of alluded to, Tekken 8. That came out in January, had no microtransactions, no battle pass. It was a clean-cut game, very worth the money, because you got a complete polished package right out of the gate. They then added a microtransaction shop like a month ago or so, and it was like, this sucks, but whatever. At least everything in that shop is hopefully permanent. And like, Bandai Namco shit the bed last year in terms of financials because they released one too many crappy anime game that didn't return on investment, so of course they had to gimp their breadwinner. But then they came out with a battle pass. And it's... the game is still fun. I've done all I wanted to do here. Arg. Let me out. I guess I could just do that. You know, the game is still fun, but like... what the fuck? Push a few changes to skip. Okay, that was weird. My imaginary card reader, it got dusty. Shit. But yeah, now, like, they added a battle pass to it, and, like, while the game is still fun and enjoyable, there's kind of just this dark cloud kind of hanging over my head that kind of devalues playing the game in a way that doesn't... or just... it kind of just devalues playing the game a bit. And almost kind of it feels like the game is trying to push me into playing a certain way that I maybe necessarily don't really want to play. Yes, it is a fighting game, yeah. But I'm just talking about new game that came out, was really good, and then they added a battle pass. And it's kind of like, you already played the game without engage, but that's because there was none. There literally was none. But now that there is, it's there. It's in the back of my head all the time. Like I said, it's kind of like a dark cloud hanging over the game. And it kind of sucks. It has, for all intensive purposes, devalued the experience I get from just playing the game. How so? Because basically everything is geared towards the Battle Pass. Well, I guess not everything, but the Battle Pass is constantly there, sort of thing. It's like, hey, look at this content. This extra content that we've added. Oh, this guy is not doing a good job. It's like, hey, look at this extra content we've added to the game. But, you've only got, like, 2 months to unlock all of it. Have fun. Oh, and also pay us money if you want to unlock all of it. You're still playing the game the same way as before? Yeah, but it just doesn't feel the same. The game is still enjoyable enough, but there's kind of it's there. It's always there. You can't get rid of it. You can't. There's no way to get these things that is included with it without interacting with it. It's there. And so it's always going to be on your mind when you play the game. It's not a must, no. But it annoys me that there's FOMO content. That's the thing that annoys me. I like content in video games. I like unlocking stuff. And so having a thing that's basically, you know, having a carrot dangled in front of me being like, hey, there's this stuff here that you can unlock. You might not want all of this, but we're going to take it away in like 2 months and may never bring it back ever again. It stings. You know? I don't want like 99% of the stuff that's in there, but there's a couple of bits. It's like, you know, I wouldn't mind having this. It's not like I'm clamoring at the teeth to get it, but like, just the sheer kind of existence of the Battle Pass and what it stands for is kind of enough to kind of just sour my tastes a little bit of the game. Can you still unlock what I unlocked before? Well, everything I had before is still there. Like, it's just been tacked on top of what was there. But it's also basically signaling that everything new is gonna be handled through these systems. That's what it's signaling as well. Like, the game has a sort of in-game currency that you earn. You know, it's just a coin, basically, like money. And you can use that money to buy, like, cosmetic items for your character. But that money is literally useless because of the addition of the Battle Pass and the real money, the microtransaction shop. All the future cosmetic items they release for the game are just going to be peddled through that shop rather than just being added to, like, the character customization options as just a purchasable item there with the sort of coins that you earn from just playing the game. No, Rockstar doing GTA where it took away 200 cars. I mean, that's even worse. But it kind of loops back to my point from beforehand. Like, a common argument I see these days is it's not as bad as X, Y, or Z. And it's like, yeah, it's not as bad as something else. But that doesn't mean it's good. Just because Tekken hasn't removed the content that I could already unlock and shoved it behind a battle pass to say, lol, fuck you, like Rockstar have done with their silly paywall. Bullshit. It doesn't mean that it's a good system that I enjoy. It's not. It's a terrible system. I hate it. The only reason it was added was because Bandai Namco fucked up, lost a load of money, and are like, shit. Please add these things in as soon as you can, because we need more money. That's the only reason. It's to cover up for a company's fuck-up, not to make the game better. Ooh, wow, that's a big lag. Taking the content that comes that was included in it, they added FOMO stuff that comes in as additional. Yes. But also I kind of, you know... Oh, I killed that man. They laid out a roadmap, obviously, when they sort of started, you know. And so you kind of buy new games with the intention as well that they will, you know, they will iterate upon it steadily, you know, make small tweaks here and there and add new little bits here and there. How it would devalue the base content, it's because with the way battle passes work, the game basically devolves into becoming a slave to the battle pass. Playing the game in the way the battle pass wants you to. Plus, as I said, just because it's additional doesn't mean that it's... you know, if anything, having additional content be locked behind a time-gated paywall is even worse for a game that I spent money on. You know? I spent money on a video game just for them to adding the same bullshit tactics that they use to rake your wallet in free-to-play games. Shit, what track? Oh, you're behind me. 810. Just ignore it or play I want to. Oh, he's 780. Okay, this will be interesting. Right, but that's what I'm trying to say, is that, like, yeah, you can play the game still how you want to, but there's always that kind of dark cloud over your head. Because they will keep driving that content home. I think what makes it interesting for Tekken was that it was never stated. It was just kind of suddenly dropped on our heads without warning. So I bought into a game expecting it to not have these things. And now that they've gone and added these things, that's an extra kick in the teeth. You know? I don't want this stuff in my video game. That's why I bought a game that didn't have it. Well, it's not the only reason why. But you know, the only thing I was expecting to buy was to maybe buy a couple of DLC packs or a season pass later down the line, you know? To just buy the post-release content that they did. Never at any point did they say, oh, here we go, here's a battle pass. And had they of, I probably would have been less interested in buying the game. It's a cold hard fact. Had I known those were going to be in place from the beginning, It would have been a harder sell. Ooh. Sounds odd to me. It might do, but are we not entitled to our own opinions? I've stated countless times, I don't like battle passes. I hate their inclusion in video games, and I hate what they stand for. So, I'm obviously not going to be happy when a video game adds a battle pass. Especially when it was never supposed to have one in the first place. You know? I guess another counterpoint to the it's just additional content, or, you know, it's just stuff that you don't have to interact with argument, is that, it saps away development time from the things that actually do matter. Like, the new update, actually, that added the Battle Pass has been controversial, because they have made some changes to the game. Or they've broken some things in the game. But obviously, the only thing they cared about getting out in this update was the Battle Pass. They didn't give a shit about anything else. Because that was what the higher-ups were demanding of them, so that's what they did. But, you know, there are some things that could do with being tweaked and fixed that have kind of been shoveled to the side because of greed. You know, even if it is just some random cosmetics that I may never care about, it's taken away, you know, precious development time from what could be used elsewhere to help make the game better than it already is. So your past achievement in the game wouldn't be valid as you buy the game now because it has FOMO. I mean, the time that I've spent in the game up until now, I probably wouldn't have enjoyed as much if it had had it from the beginning, no. I don't know, there was once a time where I committed to the FOMO, or where, like, I invested in the FOMO grind, but it's just not fun. You know, and it kind of led me to just not liking any game that has... I just don't like it being there. You know, I like playing games that are complete, and I can, you know, if I want to, I can unlock everything without any stupid barriers. Because, like, who knows, you know, while, like, a cosmetic item now might be completely irrelevant, I might try and do something silly in the game later down the line, like, I don't know, try and replicate a certain character or something, but oh no, I didn't get item X in Battle Pass 7, therefore I'm never gonna get it again, sort of thing. It's like... Yeah, it's also been a very well documented problem in the video games industry that video games have become unsustainable, or AAA video games, should I say, have become quite simply unsustainable. The development costs have inflated to such a ridiculous degree that, like, you know, games just cost too much to make. And that's why monetization is getting worse and worse, because they're not... They'd rather crank up the monetization to oblivion than actually make cheaper games. We're not putting all the mercy of the devs and higher-ups. I mean, we really are. The only thing we can hope for is that the vision of the devs and the higher-ups aligns with the visions and ideas that we have, you know? That's all we can really hope for. They are the ultimate ones in control of everything that happens with the video game. Cheaper games are being made and nobody buys them. I mean, like, AAA studios making cheaper games. That's what I mean specifically. Instead of spending, like, $1 bajillion on a game that's only gonna shift, like, 7 copies and be dead in, like, a week. You know. It's simply become unsustainable. As I was sort of stating earlier, Tekken wouldn't have these things that it has now, these silly monetization practices, which is somewhat what makes me more bitter about them. Had Bandai Namco not have pissed a lot of money down the drain on a bunch of video game projects that failed. Because they were just lazy and sloppy for the amount of money they'd invested in them. So the one time they release something good and it makes them a lot of money, that money is suddenly not enough because they've pissed it down the drain on other things. And that's why we're seeing a lot of layoffs in the video game industry as well, you know? Video games are just... they've just become unsustainable in the AAA space. Because of just incompetence and greed. Which you fucking hate to see, you know? Sometimes games really thrive with big budgets. And again, actually, ironically, Tekken 8 is a good example of that. 7 didn't have a great budget to run with. Which meant that it kind of, despite it getting really popular throughout its life, it kind of was lacking in a lot of things that older games had. And in terms of, like, presentation, was pretty bare bones and basic. And 8, you know, because of the success of, the eventual success of 7, you know, they gave them the budget that they needed to, you know, make the game as good as they could. Budget increases to be expected when every successful AAA game is one. But I don't know. I mean, it's one of the interesting sort of facets I'd never really noticed until someone brought it up. Is that actually the sort of AA game, essentially, they don't really exist anymore. They used to be everywhere in, like, the PS2 era and such, and even partially into, like, the PS3 era and whatnot. You know, these, like, sort of mid-budget games. They weren't incredibly expensive to make, but they had a reasonable budget behind them that allowed them to do things that, you know, a lot of indies just simply can't afford to do. You know, you don't really see games like that anymore. It's pretty much just AAAs and indies. There isn't much of an in-between. I don't see AAA of lower budget being successful. Prime Boss, Rockade City. I mean, you're not entirely wrong, but it depends on how they handle that lower budget. Is the key thing. And a lot of times when they make a low budget product, it's because they want a cheap cash cow. So they go and make a cheap cash cow, and it sucks. But I mean, indies have proven that you can make very good games that can be incredibly successful on a lower budget. Of course, AAA titles are always going to rake in more money, but the cost to make and maintain those games are drastically higher than, you know, than it would cost to make and publish an indie game. Publish and maintain an indie game, you know? So the actual percentage of profits that these games make is actually a lot higher, because they simply didn't spend anywhere near as much money making them. Gridfall was also AA. Yeah, but that was released quite a while ago, wasn't it? It was like 2017? They're now working on a sequel. But like, they're few and far between. There's nowhere near as many as they used to. And you don't really see it from, like, big-name publishers either. I mean, speaking of, I guess, there was obviously that Sega announcement where they're sort of revisiting a lot of older IPs that they've kind of just had lying around collecting dust, and they're aiming to make new games out of them that are pretty budget. We're yet to really see what any of them look like, though, so it will be interesting to see how that pans out for Sega. But they are kind of... They could just be low-effort cash cows because, well... They're heavily banking on pre-established IPs. You don't see them these days, no wonder. You're not wrong, but you don't necessarily have to spend bazillion dollars on advertising. Also, I have spent, like, plenty of time dumpster diving through Steam, so, and other platforms. Movies usually spend half as much money on the ads as the budget of the movie. But to some extent, you don't have to, necessarily. I mean, I think one revolution that's kind of coming about for video game in recent times is getting content creators to play the game. Because sometimes you don't even really need to pay them. You just be like, hey, look, you know, you like our games, we're making a new game, you want to play it and talk about it? And they'll be like, sure-o. Might slip them a little bit of money, but that's like way less than what they would spend on actual advertising. Voila. If I remember correctly, that was pretty much the main thing that got Fall Guys a lot of its popularity. I mean, yeah, but Payday 3 was a shit game, so... But yeah, if I remember correctly, as I was saying, I think that's how Fall Guys sort of gained the huge amounts of popularity it did. Because they were able to get content creators playing the game. And because it was a fun game, you know, they were having fun with it, showing it off to people, then more people bought it to join in and play with their content creators, and it sort of kicked off a snowball effect. Oh yeah. I'm not saying it's a guaranteed way of success, I'm just saying it's a much cheaper alternative than blasting copious amounts of money on, like proper advertising, more conventional advertising campaigns. Mobile games do it all the time. I mean, you see, the problem there is that most mobile games are steaming piles of shit. Therefore, it's hard to get interested in something that wasn't good to begin with. I just put in the game of content creators mainly, see how that turned out. I mean, a lot of people were talking about Grid Legends. Of course, not many people ended up playing it, but... I mean, it obviously depends on what kind of game you have. As I said, Fall Guys, I guess, was a bit of a unique thing for it, because it was, you know, it's primarily, or it's solely a multiplayer PvP game. And so you wanna, you know, if you see your favorite content creator playing it, then you could be that guy to play with your favorite content creator. So then you're gonna buy the game and start playing it. And then if you have fun with it, you're then gonna start telling your friends about it. And yada yada yada, it goes on and on and on, snowball. Grid Legends, though, is mostly a single player experience. I don't think anyone really plays the Grid games for their multiplayer. So like... And especially if Grid Legends is kind of whole thing about being a, it's kind of like documentary style presentation. I feel like kind of cripples that even more, because it's like you could just watch it and then it's like, oh yeah, I've seen everything. Fall Guys is more of a party game. I mean, that doesn't really change anything, though. It still worked. But I mean, yeah, you know, it will work better for some forms of games than others. A party game, it will work better for than a single-player narrative-driven game, you know? But, I don't know. Marketing a game is very hard. And it's a very complicated kettle to fish. So... Damn, that GTO died somewhere. Just kind of stopped gaining at all. Oh, fire! Amazing. This does not work with this car. That doesn't look too bad, actually. But no. But yeah, there is a lot that goes into marketing than just throwing money at the problem and hoping it goes away. Of course, you can soften the blow in a lot of cases by just throwing a lot of money at it. But obviously not everyone, or most people can't afford to do that, so... And even if you can, sometimes still shit the bed. If you don't market it properly. Just word of mouth metal helsing it? Yes, I have. Did I play the demo? I might have played the demo. I don't remember. Oh, I think I downloaded the demo, but I never got around to playing it. Because it was during one of the, like, Next Fests. So I think the demo, like, expired. Oh, I did play it. I don't remember if I did. But I have heard about the game. I had heard about it long before it came out. I never heard of it by mouth. Never seen a single ad for it. I don't even remember how I heard about it. I just stumbled onto it through some means. I don't think it was an advert. It must have been through someone else talking about it, I guess. Sort of VTuber play it. Well, there you go. I bought it when it was highly discounted. Still yet to play it. Fair enough. But I mean, heck, even amongst my like core sort of friend group, we actually have little waves that happen sometimes, where it's like we see someone play a game, we're like, damn, that game looks pretty cool. We check out the game, it's like, oh, okay, we can get this. We get the game, we play the game together for a while. More people start getting the game because they're like, oh, I want to get in. And we have like 5 or 6 people playing like the same game sort of thing for like a week or so. It was like with Monster Hunter, actually. That was a good recent example. Friends talked me into getting Monster Hunter World. I caved, bought it, and then was able to convince a lot of other people to cave and buy it. Well, I didn't even really do anything. I just kind of played the game, and they're like, oh yeah, I bought Monster Hunter. It's like, oh, okay. Cool. It's a chance I would have... Oh, I would buy a Space Sunshine. Oh. Fair enough. But that's the thing. There is a lot. There's many different ways you could approach marketing, and there is a lot that goes into marketing that can wildly swing whether or not a certain type of marketing will be successful or not for you. I mean, a good example that always comes back is the tale of Phantasy Star Online Episode 3's piss poor sales. Like, the game barely sold at all back when it came out in, like, 2003. Despite the fact that, you know, the game... It was the game of... Or it was sort of a spin-off of one of the most successful games on the Dreamcast, and a game that's still talked about and has a very strong cult following to this day. But the game was a drastic shift from what the original game was, and it was then marketed to those same people, being like, hey, play a game that's not the game that... Buy this game that's not the game that you want to play. And so nobody fucking bought it. They put all this money into advertising it and all that lot, but they simply aimed it at completely the wrong crowd. Targeted the wrong kind of people. So the game failed. But when you actually play the game for what it is, instead of looking at it as, oh, it's some bastard child spin-off of a completely different game, it's like, oh, this game's actually really good. So that's the thing. You gotta target the right audiences in the right ways for the kind of game that you wanna... kind of game and kind of community that you wanna draw into your game. Otherwise, you ain't gonna do shit. How would you try and sell me stuff? I wouldn't really. I'll tell you why I like something, and I will showcase things that I like. Whether or not it makes you interested in buying it or looking more deeply into it is entirely down to you, you know? And sometimes that's enough to sell people on some things. They see me play cool thing, they're like, oh, this looks interesting. Looks deeper into it, and it's like, ah, I want to try this. And they try it, and they're like, damn, this is fun. And then they play it. But I mean, I ain't no salesman, so... I'm not gonna do that job for them. You know, if I think a game is good, I will say it's good. But I'll never pressure anyone into buying something. But you do need to make it interesting for people. If I was trying to sell them on it, yeah. I would try and, you know... Obviously, I want to show off the best things about the game and why that specific person would be interested in it. So, like, if I was trying to sell to you, you know, I would try and find things that relate to what you like. And what you would, you know, what you have a history of investing into and enjoying. And being like, ah, this is kind of similar. You might like this. You know? And for everything else, I'll just do what I do. But you need to collect data on me. What company doesn't these days? But in all seriousness, they're like every company will paint a sort of target demographic that they wish to aim for with their sort of with a product in general, and even more so with the marketing of said product. But generally, it's mostly decided with the product itself, you know. When you like even start designing it, because obviously the design of a product can drastically influence what kind of audience it's targeted towards. So, like, even if your data on... You know, even if you don't have specific data on people, you will probably have a general pool of data. You know, because that's all you really need. Is like high-level stuff. You don't need like uber nitty-gritty stuff for like a large-scale advertising campaign. I do remember watching a good video recently, actually, where it was talking about It was basically a guy talking about his indie game that was really successful. And he was kind of talking about, you know, why most indie games aren't successful. And sort of was talking about how he kind of targets his games and stuff. By, like, analyzing sort of, or by, like, looking at sort of sales trends and stuff for similar sort of indie games of what he's sort of intending to create. And whatnot. It's not the exact everything, obviously. I watched the video a few weeks ago, but it was a pretty interesting video. I can't remember where it was, though. So But I do remember watching it. I was like, oh, this is pretty interesting, actually. Yeah, because there he's not really... He's not grabbing data from specific people. He's more kind of seeing what kinds of people are buying specific games. So instead of looking at the game, looking at the people, he was more looking at like the competition and what kind of things their sort of bubbles are interested in. And then he could use that information to sort of better target his product into holes that existed in the market, and also to find a demographic that is going to be interested in the product. But yeah, that was an interesting watch. I mean, there's a lot of very interesting pieces out there talking about all of this stuff in way more detail than I could ever give you here. I'm just some silly knob on the internet yakking my own opinions about things. Have I fact-checked this game? No. Well, he did show like a bunch of receipts and stuff for it. Like, not like literal receipts, but like sort of proof to an extent that, you know, he had made a decent chunk of money off of the project. And I mean, everything he said wasn't wrong, you know. It is a way to look at things and a way to... You know, it is a core part of marketing to target things to the right audiences and to find holes in markets that you can maybe fill, you know? If you've gone and made the 20th Skyrim, people aren't going to give a shit because there's already Skyrim and 19 other games like it. But if you say put a bit of a twist on it that sort of slotted into a different hole, now we're talking. Of course, that's obviously very, very reductive and simplified example, but you get what I mean. You know, of course, making video games is very complicated, and there are lots of moving parts that are involved in building, selling, and maintaining a successful video game. You know, which can be very hard to get right. So I definitely don't envy people who are doing it, but there are ways you can be successful without spending shitloads of money. Which is kind of the sort of original point that we sort of... this whole conversation sparred off of. You know, as they say, work smarter, not harder. Making the moves at the right times in the right places can make all the difference. However, for now, I think I'm going to wrap up here. We've been going for 6 hours and 5 minutes. Do you think your current method works with your current content and presentation? For these live streams, it's working enough, I guess. But I'm also not really... I'm not... like, scratching away for growth. I'm just kind of letting growth come naturally. I'm not really... I'm not really specifically putting any kind of effort in to specifically make my content more willing to be picked up by the algorithm. Or whatever. Or to be, like, better advertised and presentable. Got 300 times of one Hungarian in the chat for half the stream. And that took me 10 years to get here, so... You know, maybe by the time I've done this for 20 years, we'll be at 200, we'll be at 600, or maybe 500 even. Who knows? I don't know. I stopped giving a crap about, like, actually trying to grow a long time ago. A very long time ago. And now I kind of just... 2 idiot Hungarians, yeah. I just do what I want to do when I want to do, and just see how things go. Let growth come naturally. If people like my stuff, they like my stuff. If they don't like my stuff, then that's fine. It is what it is. You know, I'm gonna be happy when I see videos and content pop off, and, you know, I like to see growth, but I'm not clamoring for it. I'm just gonna let it happen as it happens. Well, there you go, case in point. You know, if I cared about growing, I would be making consistent videos. But I don't. So I'm just gonna make videos when I want to make videos. Yeah. When I can be bothered to sit down and spend the time to do all the bits and bobs that I need. Focus on my house is set now. Yeah, well, I mean, that's exactly what I'm doing. It's, that is priority numero uno. Basically everything else is secondary. And that's why I've kind of, like, you know, last year I sort of tried to kind of start establishing a new status quo. I tried to do more stuff. But this year, I mean, I've kind of regressed in a sense. You know, we've done, what, we're in April now, and I haven't even talked about doing any special events this year. Which is, you know, something I tried to make a big deal out of last year. But it's simply because, you know, the channel ranks are the lower down on my priority list of things, you know. I still enjoy doing it, I still care about it, but there are a lot of other things that come above that that take immediate precedent over it. And so I haven't put as much thought into and effort into a lot of things that I maybe could have this year. Mainly just because I haven't really felt like doing them. I haven't really found a time where it's like, yeah, I wanna do this. And because of how busy a lot of things have been, I've not really been fully certain on a set calendar of availability. You know, because it's one thing having free time, it's another thing having the sort of drive and energy to do some of these things. Like, I didn't race last Thursday on the R-Factor 2 race. I completely skipped it. Because I kind of just got home after, you know, doing all the work and stuff that I've been doing, I was like, I don't really have the energy to feel comfortable driving like a 70s Formula 1 car for like 40 minutes. I'm just not. But yeah, that is... I don't care about the SCBRF2 stuff. It's coming along. We're not pulling in, like... I mean, we're getting, like, consistently reasonable grids, and, you know, people are getting... You know, we are steadily pulling new people in. He legit say anything. Well, I mean, yeah, that's how a lot of things go. I could literally sit here and say anything I want right now. If you're not knowledgeable in the subject, and I make it sound like I sound confident, you'll just believe me straight up. You know, until you go and fact check it for yourself. You know, that's the funny thing with humans. Is that you really can just make shit up on the spot if you can make people believe that you know what you're talking about. Of course, as soon as you run into someone who actually knows what they're talking about with that logic, it crumbles apart and you get absolutely chewed out, but... You know, you can very easily get away with it by just conveniently avoiding those people. Like, I remember I actually saw a video recently about a pretty large NASCAR content creator has kind of been thrown under the block by people, and it's been steadily growing of like more and more people sort of calling him out of because of plagiarism and like basically just reading articles verbatim and rehashing those into like YouTube videos. But anyways, I am gonna round it off here, because I need to be up in not very long time. Even the internet storm has found out doing that. Yeah. I mean, it's so easy to do. And 90% of people... Yeah, exactly, yeah, some people just never get found out. Because 90% of people... Well, not 90%, sorry, 99% of people won't go and properly fact-check things after they've seen them. They will just take what you say for face value, and that's that. You know, some people will either know, or they'll think, hang on, this sounds a little weird, and then they'll fact-check it, and then they'll be like, oh, this person's full of shit, okay. Or, this person's just copy-pasted somebody else's work as their own. Oops. But it is just what it is. People are always gonna cheat, lie, and steal as long as we exist. Is the unfortunate reality of existence. And on that doom note, it's time to end. Cause yeah, I need to get going. I need to do a couple of bits before I go to bed, and then I have to be up pretty early. So, yeah. Take care, everyone. Thanks for showing up. Thanks for chatting. Thanks for racing. And I'll see you all next week. Adios.